You have that in the TMPD?
Yes, we have that.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
In fact, Chair, previously it was called superintendent.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so in line, when they aligned with subs, it is called major.
Major. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Please place your full names on record.
My full names will appear on the files as Lebogang Andrew Piri, but in actual fact, it's Andrew Lebogang Piri. But due to...
No, let's use what you go by.
Okay, Lebogang Andrew Piri.
Lebogang Andrew Piri. All right. Will you be swearing or will you be affirming?
I will be swearing.
Do you swear that the evidence you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Major.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Piri.
Good morning, Advocate Msikidi.
Yes, Mr. Piri, you should have with you a couple of files, about 5 files. We will assist you to go through them, but for the purpose of this section, I just want you to focus on the first 2 files, and then when you move to different files, I will guide you accordingly. So would you pick up the very first file? That's file
I don't
1.
have, sorry for interjecting, I don't have 5 files, I have 4 here.
It's
But,
fine. Let's work with that. Let's start
the
with
first
file 1.
files.
Yes. And you will see that on file 1, when you open it,
Yes,
it will refer to a statement of Lebogang Andrew Piri. That's on the index. And then if you page over, you will see the actual statement. Are you there?
I page 2, page 7.
That's 1 to 7 years.
Yes,
Can you confirm that is your statement, Mr. Piri?
yes, this is my signature and this is my statement.
Yes. And the signature appears on the very last page, which is page 7.
Yes,
Yes.
that's my signature.
And you confirm the contents thereof as well, of your statement?
Yes, this is my statement and I confirm the contents.
Thank you. Mr. Piri, you submitted another second statement,
Yes,
which appears, you will see right at the end of the file, towards the end of the file, it's a 3-page statement.
yes, I see.
Yes. Do you also confirm the contents of that?
Yes, I do.
And also, do you confirm that at the bottom of page 3, that is your signature?
Yes, this is my signature.
Thank you. Mr. Peter, we'll start with the first statement.
Yes,
So the idea is that you go through your statement and read it into the record, but also feel free to expand or explain where it needs to be. We will try not to disrupt you, and there might be clarity-seeking questions here and there. And then only once we've done going through your statement, then we'll ask some probing questions. So that's the theme that you want to follow. So let's start with paragraph 1 on the very first statement that we just dealt with, the one with 7 pages.
okay. Just a clarity, Advocate. When I read this statement, do I have to refer to annexures?
Yes, you can tell us if you want us to go to those annexures as well, which there might be a need, and if there's no need, you tell us that there's an annexure. I don't want to go through it, but if you want us to go there and go through that annexure, feel free to do so.
Okay, because
Yes.
I think it will be helpful so that I read the statement, go to the annexure,
As we
and
go.
then we move on.
Yes, no, that
Okay.
makes sense. Thank you.
Can I begin?
You may.
Okay, thanks. I'm an adult male residing in Pretoria, employed by the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Department as a major in road policing, Region 3, Sector 2 of the City of Tshwane. Save where otherwise stated or where it appears from the context to the contrary, the facts contained herein are within my personal knowledge, are to the best of my knowledge and belief, both true and correct, and I do swear positively thereto. I deposed to this statement to assist the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system arising from the specific allegation made public by Lieutenant General Ntlanhla Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July 2025, as well as in response to the notices issued in terms of Rule 3 of the Rules of Commission dated 27 March 2026 and Regulation 1, subsection 6 of the Regulation of the Commission dated 2nd April 2026. I wish to place it on record that I am currently suspended from my official duties. The statement is therefore not intended to exhaustive, but promised on providing responses to the questions raised in the notice.
That should be premised.
Or premised on providing responses to the questions raised in the notices. To the extent that further detail is required, I will accordingly submit supplementary statement to the Commission. B, appointment. I have been employed by the municipality since 2008. For the past 15 years, I've been responsible for handling security deployments without any prior disciplinary issues. Initially, my duties were executed within the city manager's office prior to my current position. C, your authority to issue instruction for the provision of ad hoc security services under TMPD 02-2016/2017, in particular Gubis 85 Solutions, Pty Ltd. Firstly, I wish to categorically place on record that I derive my authority to issue instructions for ad hoc security deployments directly from Director Chukudu Malachi, and the instruction to run the process and handling of ad hoc for water and sanitation was issued on the 9th January 2025 via email annexure LA01 and LA02. I would like to go to annexure
Yes.
LA01.
Yes, that appears, if you flip over, it will be on top, it will say page 1, on top right. You'll see there are little flags there, says LA01, and then it says 1 on top. Are you there?
I'm there.
Thank you, Mr. Perry.
The email should be read from the beginning, at the end, wherein Mr. Herman
You are
Sokole,
referring to page 2.
page 2, yes,
Thank you.
wherein Mr. Herman Sokholela, who is the engineer consultant within the water and sanitation business unit or department in the city of Tshwane, says, attached find updated list of security deployment need. I hope to hear from you soon. This is in the middle of conversations that started in November, but this one clearly gives me, Chair, the authority and the instruction at the very same time. On page 1,
Sorry. This is from Mr.
Herman Sokole.
Herman Sekgolela, and it's addressed to Mr. Malachi.
It is addressed to Mr. Malachi,
Yes.
but Chair, if I can take my time and say, I want to indicate when it started.
I'm sure you already see the point I'm making, which is.
Yes.
I see nothing addressed to you.
Yes, it will be on the first page.
Okay,
But
alright.
it started on annexure LA04.
04.
That's on page 10.
It will be on page,
10.
it will be on, it start at page 14.
Sorry?
Page 14, Commissioner.
14.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take us through it.
Yes, here at page 14 is the signature of, we call it a signature in the city of Tshwane when you send an email, of Herman Sekgolela, engineer consultant. On the 25th of November 2024, Mr. Sekgolela sent Mr. Chukudu P. Malachi an email, and he goes through, he says, "Good day, kindly agently assist with the provision and placement of security personnel at Klapperkop Pump Station and Brickfield Pump Station." My inclination is that Mr. Malachi doesn't respond to this one on the 25th of November 2024. Mr. Herman Sekgolela, engineer consultant, follows up on the 27th and says, "Good day, kindly receive below email that was sent to you on your work email. I was not aware that your email has a problem receiving messages." And I believe he doesn't get a response. That is my, because he sent it to a Gmail account. He further goes on at 12:35 in December 27th. Now, the first one was the 25th, the second one was the 27th of November. Then in December 27th, 2024, it will reflect that Mr. Sekgolela says importance high in this email, but he sent it to Kagiso Molema, who I don't know his position is, to say, "Good day, afternoon, Kagiso. Below find the response from asset protection. We will have to look at for a GL to utilize and attend to security needs at the pump stations." The GL is the general ledger. Here he failed to mention that it's a general ledger and a cost center, vote number, what we call it, whichever comes first, but we call it a cost center, they can call it a vote number. And now, the divisional head of the said department, water and sanitation, says, "Dear Headman, on January the 3rd, how far is the matter which pump station has been identified?" I don't see where Herman Sekgolela replies to either Sekgoela. But I see that on the 6th of January, at page 10, Mr. Sekgolela writes another email, says, "Mr. Malachi, kindly agently confirm you may be able to deploy security as the sites are vulnerable to further vandalism." We have, "Good day," is still Herman Sekgolela, sending now to Azer and Chukudu Malachi, and I'm not mentioned there, but importance still remains high. "Good day, we have," is on the 6th still. "We have responded and forwarded all the information needed by Metropolis Department. We are still waiting for them to confirm deployment. Now, this is not, I need to explain that when he says deployment, it is not, it changes. It doesn't become a request anymore. It becomes a deployment. Today, I just received the bad report that Klapperkop water pump stations has been badly vandalized during the festives. Now, on the very same day, on the 6th of January 2025, Mr. Chukudu
Sorry,
Malachi.
and this email ends where you read first. Remember the part you read first?
No,
or not?
This email starts at page 10
10 years,
and ends at page 11.
11. That's
Yes.
what I'm saying. I'm saying, remember you read this part first.
Yeah.
The part at page 11.
Yes.
So you read the end and then went to the beginning.
Yeah.
All right.
So should I read it?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, on the very same day at 2:30 p.m., we must take note that these conversations started in November 2024 on the 25th. Now is the 6th. Is the time now that Chukudu P. Malachi also responds to Herman Sekgolela. Now I'm also listed here because we had engagement before the 6th because we were supposed to deploy on the 31st at 12 o'clock midnight. Hi, Herman. I have ordered Mr. Piri to convene an agent meeting with you to discuss the deployment. I also want to make sure that we underline the word deployment because I will be asked about the processes. I'm just looking for my pen, Commissioner. The reason I'm underlining deployment is that we will discuss deployment when we go further. He says, I've ordered Mr. Piri to convene an agent meeting with you to discuss the deployment and findings prior to the deployment of security, wanted to say of security, on the 31st December 2024. But the date here says January the 6th. Now we go back to where I get my authority.
On the 6th of January, reference is made to the 31st of December.
Yes,
This is January 2025. So
Yes.
reference is made to 31 December 2024. Deployment of security on that date, 31 December. What did you understand this to mean? Why reference to a past date?
Commissioners, I would like to mention that on the 31st, when I received the call, I think it was on the 30th, I can't recall clearly, from Mr. Herman Sekgolela, we didn't agree because I said to him I needed to see what you are talking about.
So he was saying deploy.
Yes, he was, in fact, he had already made arrangements for Gubis to deploy.
Okay.
And now
And had deployment taken place already or not?
I stopped it
Okay.
on the 31st and I said, I'm not around and I cannot do it.
Okay.
Yes, and then I cannot do it even on the 1st,
That happened on the deployment on the 31st?
on the 31st.
All right, okay.
Now, commissioners, you will see that we are speaking about the 31st, but we are already in January 2025 on the 6th.
Oh, so effectively then Mr. Malachi was saying a meeting should be arranged between you and Mr. Herman Sekgolela to discuss a deployment that had already taken place on 31 December 2024.
Yeah, which I did not effect.
Yes. All right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, please continue.
Can I just understand, when you say a deployment that had already taken place, are you agreeing with the chair that on the 31st of December, there was in fact a deployment?
There was a deployment, the guards were there,
Okay.
and
But you stopped it,
I stopped it.
and they
Yes,
went
because-
off
And
site.
they withdrew?
Yeah, they withdrew.
Okay.
Okay.
Was it a verbal instruction that they deploy? When you say there was a deployment, somebody must have told them where to go and what to do.
Yes,
So it was verbal.
when they talked to me, it was a WhatsApp message and then a call from Herman Sekgolela. So it shows that Mr. Herman Sekgolela had spoken to Gobi's commissioners that you will deploy at this site where there is vandalism.
Yes.
But then I come, remember this thing started in November. I'm not privy to what they were saying at that time. I only come in at the stage when is the 31st. In fact, when I say the 31st, is that they must start at 12 p.m. That will be the first. So I'm saying how you, if they deploy, I must be there and see them. So it shows that they had an agreement and they went in and deployed. But in essence, they realized because Director Malachi was not answering them. He started answering them at the end. Then I was supposed to be there, or my subordinates were supposed to be there. But in essence, I must be there. It's a rule of delegation. I cannot delegate to another delegate. So I was not there and I said stop. But I'm not writing an email. I've locked my laptop in the safe. It's festive seasons. Everyone is up and down and it's the 31st. I cannot do that because I didn't see them. But then this question, the trade that I'm giving is to show how we got to the 9th of January. So we must go to LA 01 again. Now, in 01, the most important email will be dated Thursday, 09 January 2025 at 8:45, 2045, from a Gmail account of Director Chukudu Malachi. He is sending the email to Dr. Kwapeng Maditlaba via again Gmail.
Who is Dr. Kwapeng Maditlaba?
Dr. Elvis Kwapeng Maditlaba
Yeah, who is he?
is my direct supervisor.
I see.
Yes. He says to him, "Good evening. Kindly find request from Mr. Herman from the Department of Water and Sanitation for further handling. Please get Piri to run with the process and let's monitor the progress." Now, Commissioner, I don't understand here. When you say, please get Piri to run with the process and let's monitor progress, it is explicit. It
And
gives-
more than that, I'm not querying you, I'm actually supporting you on this. More than that, on page 2,
Yes.
the preceding email from Mr. Herman Sekgolela addressed to Mr. Malachi says, attached, find the updated list of security deployment need. So I emphasize need there.
Yes.
And then Mr. Malachi says, you must run with the process.
I must
In
run.
context, in context, it must mean that you are running with a process that relates to the deployment of security need.
Yes.
Yeah, all right, continue.
Yes. The emphasis must be always on deployment. Now, if we say, please get Piri to run with the process and let's monitor the progress, I need to further explain that at that moment, we are at TMPD, but initially we were at City Manager's office. Now, if commissioners will allow me, I would like to go to LA02. On LA02, I will start on the email that is written on Wednesday, 15 April on Friday, May 5, 2023 at 12:47 by Mr. Navapile. He says, hi Speaker, he's writing to group heads of departments. He says, hi Speaker, Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs and colleagues, please find attached the security details as discussed at this morning briefing convened by the City Manager. CM is City Manager. Kind regards. Navapile, Executive Specialist, OCM and MEO, Office of the City Manager, Municipal Electoral Officer. Here he tells the Office of the Speaker, Office of the Executive Mayor, security preparedness for IDP and budget community consultations, and then he outlines everything. That I'm not going to read. I'm going to read what is important for this commission. He says to them on that page 4, there is a page missing here. I
Mr. Musigiri, are
anticipated
you
that
in a
it can
position to assist, or you or the attorneys?
Chair, this is what we received from Mr. Peer himself. So this is all we have, unfortunately.
No, I think it's missing. When we were at the office, the machine was playing its games. But I have it here.
Mr. Piri, perhaps you can come back to this after the tea break. Do you think it's 25, the tea break takes 25 minutes.
Yes.
Do you think within that time you can get hold of this document?
Yes, I have it. I will avail it too. It's just a document to show
But yeah,
why Director Malachi will know that I'm an overall coordination and command. It's me.
okay.
So, but that was in the City Manager. I don't know how they work in the TMPD now.
Okay.
But I will avail this document.
Or at least that completes the picture in terms of what you wanted to tell us about
Yes,
the
the
missing.
authority and how the instruction came about.
So we are able to continue then.
Yes.
Do you still want to speak to the emails, or do you want to proceed?
No, I
from your
think-
statement now.
I want to proceed to my statement because this covered the authority and the instruction, just to exonerate myself that I didn't just wake up and become a rogue inspector at that time and started deploying. There are paper trail that shows I did what I had to do. And I would like to mention that in the police structure, the rule of delegation, and it's a funny way, delegatas and non-potest, it doesn't work that way. In the police, it's command and control. They tell you, you do, and then you will explain later why you think. So it's another thing.
Unless it's an unlawful instruction, of course.
Yes, when it's an...
I'm not suggesting that this one was.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm on paragraph 7. My designated role was akin to security coordinator for municipal departments experiencing security vulnerabilities. The establishment procedure was that when a user department required security assistance, Director Malaji will provide me with an instruction, which was often through email, to timeously facilitate the necessary deployment. On the 10th of January 20, I received an email from Mr. Herman Sekholela for updated list of sites for deployment. Now, in this annexure LA03, is page 7 of annexures. He says on the 10th of January 2025, 11:23 a.m. He sends this email to me, Dr. Madlanga, and he says, Mr. Piri, I hope this email finds you well. This is the updated list. I was supposed to start with 2 on the 31st, but if commissioners go to page 8, the pump stations are now 19. So this is what I must confirm. They are there, and then I must go and check them. Now the deployment is no longer on my hands. It's on Mr. Herman Sekholela. He allocates, he identifies. Mine is to go and make sure. Yes, now I'm on D, deployment for water and sanitation of my statement, page 3, where it reads, during late December 2024 and early January 2025, an emergency arose regarding severally sabotaged and vandalized reservoir and pump station, including infrastructure situated in all 7 regions of the city of Tshwane. The context of this vandalism is critical to understand. The destruction was not random. There is an established modus operandi whereby criminals intentionally vandalize the reservoirs and pump stations to halt the flow of water. Once the municipal water supply is stopped, illicit operators utilizing water tankers illegally draw water directly from municipal hydrants to sell. Paragraph 9, on or about 30 December 2024, I received communication from engineer consultant Mr. Herman Sekholela within the Water and Sanitation Department requesting security at 2 specific pump stations. I actively resisted deploying guards at that time and instructed the service provider to halt my deployments by 31st December 2024. As I was out of Pretoria and had not yet physically verified the locations or extent of the vandalism. On this paragraph 10, on 6 January 2025, a meeting was convened involving Director Chukudu Malachi, Herman Sekholela, Dr. Kwapeng Madlanga, and myself. During this meeting, Mr. Sekholela formally complained that my delay to deploy security blindly had cost the department an estimation accounting to millions of rands in damages due to theft and vandalism. I read reiterated to Director Malaji that I could not authorize deployments without conducting physical site inspections. And the minutes of the meeting is with Director Malaji. I'm not going to, it is the same instruction that I must convene the meeting. Commissioners, I would like to say here, on paragraph 10, the last sentence, where I say I reiterated to Director Malaji that I could not authorize it without conducting physical site inspections. Physical site inspections. Now I'm doing physical site inspections because already the department has already identified their company. They've already identified their risks. They have already allocated. But I stopped it. But I know now I'm going to check. It's already done. Mine is to satisfy myself that indeed this pump station or reservoir is vandalized and there must be people who are guarding the place. So it is no longer, in a normal circumstance, what I will do is I will do a security risk assessment and say to them, this is what I think. But in this regard, I'm doing physical site inspections.
Was this the first act of vandalism of this nature, that is of reservoirs and water pumps?
No, sir.
I'm asking this to understand why you would want to first go and see if there has indeed been vandalism. So you basically say vandalize first before we deploy security. I'll come check if there has indeed been vandalism, an act of vandalism.
Commissioners, I would like to say this. Reservoirs and pump stations are located in areas that are far from the communities. They will be in areas that are imaginable. Now, what happens is it will be a reservoir and a pump station. So criminals will vandalize the pump station, and the department, because now the community needs water, will replace the pumps. And within 7 days, they will be stolen again. So in areas like that, what a normal practice is that before they replace, we put security first. So that when they replace, security is already there, now is guarding the place. But in a normal circumstance, your reservoir will be around many kilometers. I don't know how these engineers work, but the pump station will be very far. So criminals will come, they will not be able to identify where is the pump station. So they will go to a reservoir and not find the pump that they want or materials that they want. And when we say a pump station, we are talking about a pump that is a GVM of a vehicle will be 1320. So that one will be more than that. So to avoid that, we put security at that and then they replace after. Yeah, it takes a longer time. That's why you will find communities having uprising, because it won't take, they have to order it, they have to wait, but security will be there, and then when they put it, the security will remain there. And when the department deems maybe the place is safe now, and then they will say discontinue the services of the security. That's why the need for ad hoc security.
Oh, all right, thanks. Something else that I think is relevant to the vandalism. You earlier said criminals will vandalize and then get water from municipal water hydrants. And
Yes.
you said sell the water.
Yes.
Would this be selling through the use of water tankers and providing water to communities, basically selling, in a sense, the water to the municipality, or you are referring to something else when you say sell the water?
Commissioner, it is in two folds. One is that you vandalize it, and because, and I'm not casting aspersions on people businesses. I'm just saying, when I say in two folds, I mean in the city, there is a tender of supplying water through water tankers. Now, that tender is not like the security tender. The security tender is fixed for 3 years. That one is also 3 years, but as and when. So you might get the tender, and for 3 years you might not get the business. So if pump stations are vandalized and sabotaged, now the communities need water. Water tankers must start working. So
you can not put it higher than a suspicion. You cannot say it's that people who run those businesses would do that. You can.
No, I cannot
all right.
say the people who
All right,
will
all
be
right.
doing it.
No, I understand.
That's why I said I don't want to cast
Nor
aspersions.
can I.
Yes.
Please go back to your statement.
Yeah, I'm on paragraph 11. Regarding the specific allocation of these protective services to the service provider known as Gubi's 85 Solutions, I must state unequivocally that the company was chosen by the Management of Water and Sanitation Department and not me. As when I followed the commission, I had people saying it was not like that.
And this is the same company that had already been deployed on, was it 30 or 31 December?
Yes,
It's
the same company.
This very company.
Yes.
So you stopped this company?
Yes, I stopped them, but I did not stop them.
No, that's all I
okay,
want.
understand.
That's all I want.
Now I'm going to paragraph 12. The Water and Sanitation Department specifically mandated the use of Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd, citing that they were already utilizing this service provider. On this statement, when I come to citing that they were already utilizing this service provider, I need to read the whole statement and then I will come back to citing to that sentence, or must I explain it? Chair.
Mr. Musigidi?
Do whatever makes you feel comfortable.
Okay.
To make sense to what you are trying to convey. Thank you.
Okay. While following the proceedings, there were assertions that in May 2024, this company was deployed to a certain site somewhere, and I was involved. And I will just say it's incorrect. People were just shifting the blame to me. These questions of why they were using it, I was not involved. I started being involved in January. So I was not involved from May up until December. So I want to put it clear that if Mr. Herman Sokolela or his bosses come here, they will have to explain why they were using it without the knowledge of APSS. So I was not involved in that one.
Without your knowledge, because you are the coordinator according to that
Yeah.
2023.
Yes,
city
coordinator
manager
and
document.
command.
Coordinator.
Overall coordinator and command. In fact, they wanted to say overall coordinator and commander. Yes. Let me start again. The Water and Sanitation Department specifically mandated the use of GUBI's 85 Solution Pty Ltd, citing that they were already utilizing this service provider services and refused to engage multiple different service providers for budgetary and administrative reasons. In fact, the department was already utilizing GUBIs before I was even involved. And I'm aware there were existing prior invoices for approximately, now I'm thinking to myself because I once saw an email. That's why I say approximately 2 million generated by GUBIs for service rendered to the department. What I'm explaining here is that they were using it and the services were not paid. Hence, when I listened to the CFO, the owner or Andrew Kwadi wrote an email about it. And from May to now they are talking around November or December. They are talking about this. What I'm saying, they are utilizing. And I think the CFO outlined it very clear that the department instructed, we were not involved, the APSS were not involved at this stage. Is then that they are not paid for, I think, 7 months that they start talking about it. But now they include it to the next year, but I will explain further.
You're referring to the CFO's evidence in this commission?
In this commission.
Mr. Mnis's evidence in this
Yes,
commission?
of which he was talking about financial years and accruals and that May could not be paid because the new financial year came in and then it was already on the new financial year.
Yes, we have that evidence.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear that it's not something that happened in the city. You are referring to evidence.
I'm
in this
referring to the
commission.
commission evidence that was given by the CFO. Now I'm going to paragraph 13. Furthermore, the Water and Sanitation Department had already made promises to GUBIs that they will commence work on the night of 31st December 2024. GUBIs personnel were essentially already working and deployed to sites prior to me issuing the official deployment letter. As the paying end user department, the department dictate their preferred service provider and mandate was strictly limited to facilitating the base of their operational instruction. The basis, I wanted to say the basis of their operational instruction. I see I said annexure 4 here. Can I look at it? And, this is where Mr. Herman sent this is when we had the meeting with Mr. Herman to speak about the deployments before the updated list can come on page 10 on January 6th.
It's about you being ordered to convene that meeting.
Yes, and then knowing that GUBIs will be working in those sites. Now remember, on the 31st, they have already hired the staff. What they are waiting for is for me to see them. The reason is that when I say as the paying end user, I should have said as the paying end user, business entity, water and sanitation. They've been working with GUBIs, now they want to continue working with GUBIs. And there's nothing wrong about that. I think this question answers the question of, I think, impropriety, why GUBIs was given so many sites. Gubis was not giving many sites by APSS Inspector Peer. It was giving sites by the department, the management of the Department of Water and Sanitation, through their representative, Mr. Herman Scholela.
Where does the power lie to select a service provider? Does it lie with the department in this context, with the department or with your section?
In my 15 years experience at Protection Services, which is now called Watchman Services and APSS, it lies with us when we allocate to them. But on ad hoc services, a person will request, let's say, power station. He will come to us and say, guys, you have company X. Now, company X works at the power station with 5 guards at day and 10 guards at night. But now I'm going to deliver 50 mini-subs. And your guards that you allocated to me, they are manning the gate and other premises in the power station. Now, what I need from you is that I need physical security and control for those mini-subs. Now, for that to happen, I need 4 guards on the entrance and 2 guards at the exit. It's just an example. But then at that power station, company X is already there. So in our language, we call it double packing. You cannot bring another, he will tell you, you cannot bring another company to come and work with company X, and then you bring company Z. Accountability will be lost there. But if you bring this company, I will be able to hold them responsible if one mini-sub go missing. Now, logic dictates he's right, because accountability will remain with one company. It will be able to penalize them if that 2 million mini-sub goes. But if, let's say, a tender is approved today, and then we include that duty in that tender, we allocate now, because the budget that belonged to Watchman Services is centralized. So if we already have 50 reservoirs that must be, let's take a typical example of this one, where it's 37 reservoirs and pump stations. If we have them now, the department is not going to pay any longer. But because when they requested at that time, they were using their GL account and their cost center, they allocated a certain company. But if now the guards are 10 day, 15 night, it will come from the budget of the TMPD, no longer from the budget of electricity for power station. So we only allocate at that stage. But immediately when they decide to increase security, it becomes another story. So on this one, the anomaly was that the reservoirs and pump stations were scattered all over 7 regions. But water and sanitation decided to use only Gubis. And for their reasons, which are unknown to me, but I can think that they are competent.
Just to make sure I understand the response, when I asked my question earlier, I put it in general terms.
Yes.
Let me be more direct now and ask whether water and sanitation had the power to select Gubis? Could they say Gubis and no other entity deploy Gubis? Do they have the power to do that?
I can't find a synonym for power, but I can.
Legal entitlement within municipal prescripts.
I've never came across it. I've never came across such deployment. But because it happened, I don't know if I can say this, but I can say it. The reason why the invoice was not paid, the 2024 one, I want to say this.
I'm not there.
No, no,
If maybe think about it and come back to it after the tea adjournment, and perhaps let's proceed in the meantime. Mr. Musigidi.
Okay. I was
You can
on
continue. Yes.
I'm on E, the evaluation and assessment of processes. When tasked with a deployment, my standard operating procedure was to physically visit the sites to conduct a security assessment before issuing a formal deployment letter. Because coordinates were often insufficient to locate remote infrastructure, I required the use of the department, office not there, of the department technicians to physically accompany me to the vandalized sites. Paragraph 15. Upon inspecting the premises,
Mr.
I will
Perry?
formulate a
Mr.
security.
Perry, can you, if you may, do you have the name of the department technicians
I
that
don't have.
accompanied you on this instance?
I don't have the names because they will send me maybe a phone number and the name. But remember, it was in 2025, and I've changed phones 3 times. So I don't have their names because remember, water and sanitation is in 7 regions. So in every region, I will get a technician there waiting for me. But some of this reservoir, I will know them. And sometimes I will not require, like in Region 6, Region 5, Region 1, I will not require anyone to assist me. You will just tell me and I will know on top of my head where it is. But some, it will be a new thing to me. And then it will be, sometimes I will drive almost next to Midrand and then see there's a reservoir. And
No, that's fine. I just wanted a name if you have one. But
no, I don't have names, but
all right, well, let's continue.
yes. Paragraph 15, upon inspecting the premises, I will formulate a security recommendation detailing the requisite personnel and resources, for instance, recommending 3-day shifts and 5 night or 1 vehicle and with guards. I don't know if the annexure speaks to that. Annexure 5.
Page 15.
Page 15.
Look at 18, page 18.
Yeah, it started page 18. Yeah, I think it started page 19, where it says on where Herman on Tuesday, 31st, 2024, at 6:30 p.m., where he says to Kagiso, who I don't know his designation. Hi Kagiso, I agree with your suggestion to utilize Jobbing GL. It is one relevant for this purpose. Colleagues, the relevant GL and cost center for the security is as follows. He he puts in the general ledger account and the cost center, the vote number. They are there. Herman now goes to Mr. Malachi and says, Mr. Malachi, below found the agreed GL and cost center. Regards, Herman. I'm also not the preview, I'm not CC'd. It's on the 31st of December when I stopped there. But then when Director Malachi responds, he includes me on this email with Dr. Elvis Madikaba and myself. This is sent to us. He says, colleagues, below find, it's on the 7th. The email was written by Herman Sokolela on the 31st of December. But now the meeting has happened. Now, Director Chugudu Malachi now, he says on the 7th, colleagues, below found correspondence indicating that the GL and cost center number from which the services will be paid for further handling and agent deployment of security at both Klapperkop and Brickflix. The service provider shall submit all invoices to the Department of Water and Sanitation for payment now. Mr. Herman Sekholela, for payment purposes. There's no other thing that is mentioned here. It's payment by Mr. Herman Sekholela at Department of Water. The service provider will resume deployment on security guards today, 07/2025 at 18 p.m. as follows. Klapperkop Pump Station, 6 armed guards day shift, 6 armed guards night shift. Brickfields Pump Station, 5 armed guards day shift, 5 armed guards night shift. 1 times patrol vehicle, armed, will be deployed per shift. Hope you find the above in order. Chukudu P. Malachi, Director, Asset Protection Services.
I noticed that with this one, this is almost a deployment letter because the service provider is copied.
Yes.
I see there's Calvin from Gubis, and there's Zakele from Gubis, and there's Andrew from Gubis. And they are told that this is where they will send the invoice to, and this is the date of the deployment, and these are the guards that will be deployed, and these are the pump stations in which they will be deployed.
Yes.
So this is equivalent to a deployment letter
It's
for these 2 pump stations.
yes.
But this is before the other 17 were added in the updated list.
In the updated list. Thanks, Commissioner Kumalo. I think this one we will pick it, we'll come back to it. But an impression is created now that mine is to go and see this, but the standard guards have already been discussed. Mine now, through my supervisor, Elvis K. Madiklaba. Well, the email says to Elvis K. Madiklaba, but I know it's intended to me. It's on because we had a meeting the previous day. But remember now, I'm busy checking. The reason I went to that page 18 is because upon inspecting in paragraph 15, I'm saying, upon inspecting the premises, I will formulate a security recommendation detailing the requisite personnel and resources. For instance, recommending 3 day shifts, 5 night shifts, or 1 vehicle with 8 guards. But then, I want to highlight that here, even if I recommend, the recommendations have already made. They were already made. I don't know if the commissioners understand me. It means mine now is go and see if there's 6 day, 6 night. So this shows that I'm not acting ultra vires. someone is acting ultra vires, and command and control says, go and say, make sure it's 6 days, 6 nights, and a vehicle with armed guards. And I get there, I fight 6 days, and I send the monitoring team, go and check at night, is it 6 days, and one vehicle, they say, hey, Ndona is 6 days, 6 nights. Mine is done.
You're not being asked for a recommendation in 18. It's already done because
It's already
they are
done.
saying the deployment will happen 1800 hours as follows.
Yes,
So it will happen.
it will happen.
You're not being asked to recommend whether it's necessary.
No.
And perhaps to round off the point, you would not have been involved in the assessment and the recommendation of this particular one,
No.
because you came after.
Yes, I came after, and then it was clear to me. Remember, people, when they refer to me, they say I'm a junior member. And I'm sitting here with my supervisor, the director, and I don't know what position is an engineering consultant. I cannot assume anything. But when they say that, you understand what they are saying. You must just go and see that this happens. But that I will outline again later.
No, that makes sense. Let's continue. Thank you.
Let's continue. I'm on paragraph 16 now. It was only after satisfying myself that this infrastructure site existed and had been verified that I signed off approximately the first batch of deployment notices on the 14th January 2025, which officially became effective on the 15th January 2025. The purpose of this ad hoc deployment was to secure the premises adequately so that water and sanitation could safely execute repairs and reinstall infrastructure.
Sorry, Mr. Peter, can you just explain so that I understand? So in this paragraph 16, are you describing a process that applies to the instruction in page 18, LA05? Are you saying that following that Malachi email, which tells you and Goobies about the deployments, you then issued the deployment letters? Is that the relationship between the two documents?
May I kindly ask the Commissioner to repeat the
Okay,
question?
what I'm trying to determine is, or to understand is, in paragraph 16, are you explaining a process that normal, this is what happens and this is what I did? Or are you saying in 16, in paragraph 16, that you issued those deployment letters on the 14th in relation to page 18 instruction from Malachi, Trapperkop pump station, Brickfield, and one patrol vehicle?
Okay.
It's just a clarification. I'm not fighting with you. I just want to
No,
make
no.
sure I understand the sequence.
No, thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. Here I'm explaining my duties. My mistake is that I didn't go further to say my recommendation were already disregarded. So I had to work with what they give me. If they say at reservoir in Easteres, already they have given me the numbers. Mine is to verify and make sure that the deployment letter speaks to what is written on page 18.
What's confusing me is in 16, in your paragraph 16,
Yes.
you say the notice, your first batch of deployment notices was on the 14th of January.
Yes.
And officially became effective on the 15th of January 2025. That's what you say in 16. But Director Malachi's email
Yes,
at page 18
Yes.
says the deployment starts on the 7th
yes.
of January. So I'm trying to understand the relationship between this page 18 email
Yes.
and your saying the deployment notices became effective on the 15th of January.
Commissioner, I also saw that after my statement, but to be clear, I remember that on the 14th, the thing is, I don't have the actual invoice. I might have said effective 15th, and they have started on the 7th, but already on the 7th, I knew that they were on site. Yeah, but because I was going around, remember it's no longer 2. It's a first batch, which is about, I can't remember, 15 or 17 or something. Now I'm still going around checking the batch that I have. And when I write this, if I have seen the actual invoice, I would have known that what happened there.
Can I just try and summarize what I think you're saying?
Yes,
You're saying you issued your notice on the 14th, and,
Yes.
and therefore,
The deployment
and it becomes effective on the 15th.
Yes.
Right? Regardless of the fact that these have already deployed on the 7th of January.
On the
Your
7th.
notice is the 14th, and it
Yes.
will be effective the next day.
yes. I'm saying to them, this is effective on the 15th.
Yes.
But remember, my deployment letter is give effect
Yes.
to working.
Yes.
But the actual invoice, the company might dispute my
Yes. I
my
understand.
letter and say, but we started, and then bring evidence to that effect.
Yes, I understand. You did not backdate your deployment letter to fit in with the actual deployment. That's
No,
really it.
I did not, because I wanted it to be on that day when I meet, I think Kumalo.
Yes,
Yes,
I understand. Thank you.
thanks.
And how was that to sit comfortably with what's at page 18 by Mr. Malachi, which says the guards were to be deployed with effect from 7 January? How would your stipulation that effective 15 January, how would that sit comfortably with the 7th of January in Mr. Malachi's email? Just to understand, I'm not.
Yes, commissioners, remember now, they are at my mercy, and I'm telling them, I must go there. But when this question comes, I'm thinking to myself, because I didn't see the invoice, they might have deployed on the 7th, because now they are now CC'd on this email. Even if I say to them, effective from the 15th, if we check that my deployment letter, they might take it and dispute it with their evidence, because already they have the sheets that guards were there and stuff, and then they can use the date.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Sigidi?
Thank you, Mr. Phiri. You were just rounding off paragraph. You still have to finish paragraph 16. I think on the last sentence there.
Oh, the purpose
purpose.
of this ad hoc deployment was to secure the premises adequately so that Water and Sanitation Department could safely execute repairs and reinstall infrastructure. I've already done that. I must go to 17. 17th. Must I continue?
Do continue, yes.
Yes. Once,
Maybe just reading that it falls under the heading oversight and allegations of
of,
impropriety.
yes.
Thank
Once the guards were deployed, the monitoring and daily oversight of this personnel were entirely handed over to Water and Sanitation Department. The Tshwane Metro Police Department, TMPD, APSS monitoring team, thus supervise these ad hoc placements. So they have visit sheets, or we call them visit sheets, where they go and check if the guards are there. The paying department is also responsible for monitoring the service provider. Furthermore, I had no further interaction or relationship with Gubi's Solutions once the deployment were processed.
You should just continue unless Mr. Musigidi.
Mr. Msikidi.
I'm saying you should just continue.
Okay.
Keep reading unless Mr. Musigidi.
Paragraph 18 deals with the last question, and then I did not put it here. I don't know if Mr. Musikidi, can you read it to me so that I answer this one?
Paragraph 18.
Yes, I'm on paragraph 18, but there is no heading.
No, continue as in your statement.
As in my statement?
Yes.
Okay. It was asking me about generating of POs and paying of. Going to 18. I'm not responsible for generation or creation of purchase orders. That is the sole responsibility. In this case, it was going to be the sole responsibility of Department of Water and Sanitation. As in 18, it was told that the invoices must go to Department of Water and Sanitation or TMPD Finance Department. And I have been made aware of inferences suggesting that I may have favored Gubi's 85 Solutions or received incentives for channeling work to them. I categorically deny this allegation. I executed my duties strictly pursuant to instruction from Director Malachi and the explicit directives of Water and Sanitation Department without any improper motive or corrupt relationship. Concluding remarks, I maintain that my actions regarding the deployment of Gubi's 85 Solutions were transparent and executed entirely within the perimeters of instruction and then handed down by my superiors and the requesting department.
All right. Before we go to your second statement, Mr. Piru, on paragraph 17, on page 6, just one page back, just to seek some clarity, when you say I had no further, so that's the last sentence. When you say I had no further interaction or relationship with Gubi Solutions once the deployments were processed, can I just understand? I understand from the email, and I think Commissioner Kumalo would have also highlighted to you that Gubi's was indeed copied on that email.
Yes.
So when you say no further interaction, what do you mean by that? What other interaction would you have prior to that?
When I say no further interactions, I'm meaning on the ad hoc services.
Okay.
Remember, they are on the main tender, and I don't have any further interactions with them about ad hoc services. Mine is to, but I have a duty to interact with them on the main tender.
Yeah.
But for the ad hoc services, my job is done. They are supposed to send invoices to Water and Sanitation. Mine is to deploy. So they can come to me and say, Pierre, but we are not paid. They must go somewhere else now. So to escalate matters, they don't come to me. I've done my job. They must go somewhere else. So we don't have any further interactions about ad hoc services.
Yes, no, what I'm trying to understand is that there is an email copying some of the personnel from Gubi's.
Yes.
And then you would have gone to these sites as you were asked to go and check,
Yes.
as it were.
Yes.
So I understand the part where you say you have no further. I'm trying to understand what other interaction is there, if any, just to understand the word further. Because you would have just driven to Klapperkop and Brickfields, I understand, those two pump stations.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I have further interactions with them because they work in regions, and if something happens in those, what you call, reservoirs and pump stations, they will contact me and say, but we have a problem, we don't have a perimeter fence. But we are not speaking about any other thing other than that.
All right, that's fine, we'll come back to that. Let's continue. You just finished the concluding remarks. Is there anything else you want to add before we move to your second statement?
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Can we then start with your second statement?
Yes.
And this statement really deals with, there were some financial transactions which were picked up from your
My
bank
banking
accounts.
accounts.
And we were asked to clarify, explain some of them that we thought would be of interest, at least to this commission. And your statement really deals with that. Can we start there then? Yes.
Remember, I've already read 1 to 5.
Yes, no, there's no need for you to repeat. You can just
Yes.
pick it up at 6 under the financial statement topic.
Yes.
Start at 6, yes.
The first question there is that the Standard Bank account 5366, can I read this because this is my account?
Don't read the
You-
account
you-
number, please.
Yes.
You don't have to read the
So
account.
just say Standard Bank account and then deal with the other
Oh,
things.
Standard Bank account number, bond settlement amount of 1,472,776.02 cents on 11 December 2025. Here now I'm telling the nation that where I got the money.
So the question really was that we picked up that your Standard Bank bond account
Yes,
was settled
yes,
on the 11th of
On the
December
11th.
2025,
yes.
with an amount of just over 1.4 million.
Hmm.
And then in bold, you're trying to explain how did you settle your bond?
We can just do this. You had received a lump sum in an amount that was more than the bond settlement, the amount for the bond settlement. And you had received that lump sum from the RAF.
Yes,
Yes.
but I received the money in 2024,
Oh, yes, yes.
and then I decided I will start where after that after receiving the money, I started loaning out a portion to my friends and family, but my intentions were to settle the house immediately after payment. But I saw an opportunity to grow the money through borrowing people and investing. I wanted to say investing. An ABSA account on the 13th of May 2025, credit transfer of 150,000. It is a loan from a friend of mine who owns businesses, and I paid it back. And the annexure is A2.
And before you proceed, just to be clear, Chairperson, Annexure A2, and you'll correct me, only reflects the paying of the amount, not necessarily the receipt, you receiving the amount, not the paying back, as you say. So it only the reflection of you receiving the amount. Is that correct?
Okay. In fact, if you go there on the 13th of May, I received 151,462.07 cents BMW payment from BMW. And another one, before you go to the 13th here, you will see that on the very same day, I received 145,000 from We Buy Cars. And on the very same day, I received this money that I borrowed from this friend of mine. The intention was
Yes, Mr. Peter, my only question was that what we see there, at least for the purpose of this question, is that we see you receiving the amount. Because when you finish your sentence, you say, and I paid it back. And then you put A2. So I'm saying we don't have the I paid back as yet.
Okay.
Is that that should be that's what is on A2.
Oh, yes.
The receiving, not the paying back.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I was asking you.
Oh, this friend of mine said to me, you must pay back in cash.
No, it's fine. We're not there as yet. I was
Okay.
just saying A2 only shows you receiving. That's all for now.
Yes, it shows receiving,
Yes.
but at the very same time, when you go to the end,
Yes.
you will see that on the after loaning this amount, I sold a vehicle the very same day. And the very same day I made a purchase of 587,690.
Okay.
But on the 2 days after, I sold another vehicle. It's a credit to We Buy Cars. They paid me 124,000. And then just at the end of the page, I show you my balance. It's 101. So I already have the money to pay the guy. I want to send it back to him. But he says to me, no, I need it in cash. Because I don't know if I can mention, but we are professional gamblers. So we must use the money.
No, I understand that. All right.
Yes.
Do you perhaps have the name of the friend?
The name is William Supe.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Now let's continue.
On the 23rd October 2024, credit transfer of 45,000 Jabu. This is 2023 in October 2024. Jabu is also a friend of mine. He's a businessman. Here I'm saying, Jabu, it is a friend of mine who owns businesses and properties. On this date, he gives me a loan of this amount, and I paid it back. So the paying back, I will not have paper trail because I pay them in cash, as and when we go to our gambling spots. On the 7th of December 2024, credit transfer 6,004. I would like to put this in just one sentence. It's the 7th of the same day. It's the same day I'm paid by one Keriot Lulama Moeli. He pays me 6,004 and he also pays me 876,000 on the same day. So Keriot Lulama Moeli is a friend of mine where we have a social club. So in your statement, it will say Keriot, but in mine, it will say, he will reference Monday Social Club. So the two amounts is what we share at the end of the year. So whatever we do, usually I buy cars and sell them. Buy cars, and after buying cars, refurbish them, sell them to people, or sell them maybe at dealers. And that's how I roll, if I can put it that way. I will buy cars and then sell them. I have spotters all over the city. They will tell me we see a car there, and then I will buy it and then send it to a social club. A social club is what we, in the street, we call it a stokvel. But we call it a social club. So it answers the 7th of December. The 20th
Sorry,
of,
can I just understand? You say the 876 is payment to you from the Stokvel.
from the Stokvel. So Keriot Lula Mamueli is the chair. The bank allows 2 people or 3 people to come and collect the money. But the money won't be 876. It might be 4 million, 5 million, and 6 million, sometimes 9 million. And my share will only be this one that is written here. And then he will pay it to me. It's a social club, and in the street it's referred to as a Stokvel.
Okay.
Yes.
So this 876 is it's what is being paid back to you
Yes, it's what
from monies that you have been putting into the social club.
to the social club.
Over what period would you
Over
have
a
put
year.
in? So in a year you had put in that number.
Yes,
And then it's now being returned to you.
yes, it's returned to me.
Okay.
And I derive this money by selling cars, gambling, and stuff like that. The same will go for the 20th of May, 2023. The answer is same for all the 35,000. I'm under the impression that these payments are made by a friend of mine called Papi Mukhashwa, who is a businessman, loaned me this money to acquire a new vehicle because I was involved in an accident and I didn't have insurance. So for the 20th of May, the statements will be on AA6, 7, and 8. It's on page 8.
So is it 1 or 3 payments
It's 3 payments
of the same amount?
of the same amount. Here I'm at the dealership, we buy cars. I see a car that has a potential that I need, because at that moment I don't have a vehicle. And I ask for a loan. They give me a loan on the 20th, and the very same day on the 20th, I buy the car and promise them to pay them back in cash. In fact, I negotiated the price here. The car was 105,000, and I negotiated the price through auction. And at the end of the day, at that moment, I use the money to pay for this car. And I'm left with 23,000, and I promise them to pay them back.
Mr. Peter, just to be clear, and we don't get confused on the word they being plural, what you are saying in essence is that on the 20th of May, 2023, those 35,000 rand
Yes.
were from one person being Papi Mukhashwa.
I asked Papi
Yes.
to say, Papi, send me some money. I will sort you out at, I think it was on Saturday, the 20th of March or Friday. And I say to him, send me some money, I want to buy a car. And indeed, the very same day, I buy a car. And I say to him, when we meet in our corners, I will pay you. So I don't know from which account he pays me, but he pays me the money, he gives me the money, and I use the money for my intended purpose.
And this Papi, does he have another name?
You see, I cannot say, but I speak to Papi Mukhashwa. And then I'm telling him, I need this car by the end of the day. And I know that why I need that car at that moment.
I'm asking you a simple question to say, Papi Mohasho, does he have another name? The name Papi appears to be somehow informal. Do you know if he has another name that's formal, as far as you know?
That is formal.
Yeah, a name.
No, I know Papi as Papi.
Okay, no, that's fine, thank you.
Yes.
All right, that should then be the end of your statement. Is there anything that you need to add or emphasize on your statement?
No.
All right. Chair, it's 11 o'clock, or it's 11:05. Can we take some tea then?
Thank you, Mr. Musigiri. Let's adjourn and come back at 11:30.
and that is where authority and instruction was asked. So my authority in terms of, I was referring to paragraph 7, which in my understanding and the document that I could not extract from my laptop might have led to Director Malachi giving me the authority and the instruction. And I read it, it's LA02. So supposedly it was supposed to have 4 pages, but the last page was not there. So it will end at where Mr. Navapile, after speaking to everyone, it will end at at page 4, number 2, Asset Protection and Security Services. APSS will be responsible for amongst others, the following matters. So that is the page that was missing. And
But
then,
does this not mean your authority is limited to regions 6 and 7?
that is where, yes, that is where I wanted to come to.
So if you allocated people in regions 1 to 5,
Yes.
would you have authority to do that?
Yeah,
According to this document, as I read it, and I
Yes.
could be wrong because it's yours, not mine,
yes,
it says your authority is in respect of, and I'm looking at item 12,
yes,
that your authority is in respect of regions 6 and 7.
yes. But at the end,
Yeah.
it says NB, NB, the last,
NB, yes. Oh, yeah, I see that. Okay.
yes. Then it says overall coordination and command.
And that was what you wanted, that you are the overall coordinator and commander.
Yes, I might be responsible for 6 and 7, but there are people also at 6 and 7.
Yes,
But I'm the overall for all the regions.
for all of them, okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
so overall coordination and command. Supposedly it was supposed to say overall coordination and commander. It's me.
Yeah,
Yes, so the authority comes from there. There's another document which we cannot find, but the departments like, water and sanitation, they must have it because in that gathering, each department was asked to send their security representative. So they will know that if I need to speak about something, the person to speak to is Piri, and then he will speak to either the person at region 1 to up to 7. But my sole responsibility, in fact, here is it was a typing error. It was 5, 6, and 7. That was my daily duty. So beside that, I had to take care of everything. So I'm bringing this because you will find that I've signed. Remember I said I could not delegate to these people because this duty was already delegated. And the Latin maxim that I use suggested that I could not. So I deployed in all 7 regions.
Okay, can I tell you what my issue is with all your deployment letters? Those
Yes.
ones that were effective from 15 January 2025.
Yes,
An ad hoc service by its nature is ad hoc, it's not permanent.
yes,
Because if this was part of the permanent protection services contract,
Yes.
they would be dealt with under the main contract.
yes, the watchman.
Ad hoc means there's a damage at a pump or at a station,
Yes,
and for that short period, you deploy as an emergency measure
Yes.
while, as you say, repairs are being done, or because you anticipate that there's a service delivery protest or
Yes.
those kinds of issues. My problem with your deployment letters, the ones that you signed,
Yes.
is that it was a permanent deployment. There was no end date to it. In other words, if Rivers Peace had not terminated those deployments in June, the city would have been charged 17 million rands every month until forever. So in effect, what you did is you turned what should have been ad hoc deployments to cover the vandalism in December. You've turned them into permanent appointment for Goobies.
Chair, I'm not in position of one of those, if I may, in which bundle are they? And then
You can go to page 77
of file.
of file 2.
Tell me once you are there.
Yeah,
Commander.
I'm there.
Are you on page 77?
Yes, I'm on
So
page
just
77.
look at that deployment letter for Goobies. It gives the Mureleta Reservoir pump stations, and then it says effective date, and it says 15 January 2025. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it sets out amount per guard is 20,925 rands.
Yes.
And then the grand total is 406,000.
Yes.
But it does not say when this deployment ends, which means according to this deployment letter, unless somebody terminates this, Goobies could be deployed for 3 years at that Mureleta Reservoir Power Station.
Pump
But
station.
that's not the point of an ad hoc security service.
Yes.
Ad hoc is you pick up that there's vandalism. On an ad hoc basis, you deploy security. It's not intended to be permanent,
Yes.
but all your deployment letters, in effect, appointed Goobies on a permanent basis. And if Rivers Peace had not terminated this in June, they would have been entitled to this 14 million forever. Do you see my problem?
Yes, I see your problem, Commissioner.
So
Khumalo.
you did not take precautions to say, if it said, for example, this will be on a month to month, so unless we appoint you for February, your appointment has stopped, so that they don't have entitlement to be there forever. And your deployment letters gave them entitlement to be there forever until the deployment is stopped. And it goes back to your response to Advocate Msigidi when you said, what then is your involvement once you issued the deployment letters? And you said, I have no further deployment, which means you appointed them on what was supposed to be an ad hoc arrangement,
Yes.
but you appointed them on a permanent basis and you left it there. And that's improper to me. Do you understand that? Because the letter should have said, you are deployed there because there's a danger that there's going to be vandalism, but it's for this period. Here you only have the start date, but not the end date. And it runs across all the deployments that you did. So that was my main challenge with your, because it's a lot of money. I mean, these sums are, you know.
Yes. May I answer?
You can comment.
Commissioners, this deployment letter was intended for water and sanitation, not for TMPD. My mistake here is that usually when I write this, I say until further notice, meaning the person who requested, who is paying, will tell us that from the 30th of June, I don't need this deployment. I finished what I wanted to do, and I don't need them. I failed to get, beside this other document that gives me authority, I failed to get to one where I have an interaction with Mr. Sekholela to say, we cannot deploy guards at this place. And he says to me, but our budget for security was taken by your department. I take note of that, but I know that ad hoc services can be stopped. You can, in my mind, I know that you can ask for ad hoc services on the 15th, and on the 18th you say, I don't need that ad hoc.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yes, but now, on this one, commissioners, I did this knowing that if someone tomorrow comes and says, you can stop it, even in the main contract, I will just write you a letter and tell you that your services are not needed. And then you can dispute it, but that this is ad hoc services. It is where I say there is no impression that is created, because this is not what you were given when we gave you the letter to deploy when the contract started. So it is neither here or there that you can dispute that. You can't.
But do you accept that there's no end date in
Yeah,
this?
there's no end date.
Yeah, which means until somebody says to them in writing, stop,
Yes.
they are entitled to rely on this deployment letter to continue being there.
Yes,
And this letter you see is not addressed to water and sanitation, it is addressed to Gubis.
yes.
If you look at the addressee to Director of Gubis, 85 Security Solutions. And
Yes.
this is the letter they relied on to remain in this site for 6 months.
Yes, but commissioners, what I'm saying is, let's say I gave this letter on the 14th, and my superior says to me, they tell me, verbally or tacitly, and say, Piri, tomorrow this thing stops. I'm telling you, I fought with a lot of them because I will stop it that day, and then you will not invoice the next day.
You are the coordinator and they don't have authority. So I don't think it's right to say, because they didn't say anything to me, I'll let it run forever. I don't think that is right. I will leave it there with you.
Can I just understand on this discussion how it works?
Yes,
You've got Director Malachi,
yes,
and we know from that earlier message that we saw that he writes and he says deployment will happen from tonight
Yes.
on the 7th of January,
Yes.
right, at 1800 hours.
yes,
And then you subsequently issue a deployment letter.
yes,
Now, there are these three players. There's Director Malachi.
Yes.
There's the Water and Sanitation Department, which is the client
Yes.
department. And then there's you.
yes,
When the instruction for deployment is issued,
yes,
whether by Director Malachi, as he did in that
Yes.
message, or by you in your deployment letter, who makes the determination how long that deployment is going to be?
it's the department.
They tell you.
Yes, they tell us their needs, and then usually they don't tell you, they will say, I need them for 3 months. And you will write to, most of them won't say, I need them, but most will say, I need them for 3 months. But in that 3 months, the work won't be done, or maybe they wanted to put perimeter fencing and maybe cameras and stuff. But in 3 months, it's not done. And then they continue. So usually when I write these deployment letters, because I already know, I will say until further notice. But on this one, I think I missed that part. And then, but I knew because already there were engagements that they will be paying and fixing, because I've done it before, where they said to me, we need to, water and sanitation, we need this place to be guarded. And then I will go there and tell them, but you don't have a fence and stuff, and they will say, that's why we need security. And then as soon as we complete that, we will stop. And they will indeed send me an email and stop.
So in this case, when Commissioner Spies issues that termination letter
Yes,
to Goobies, and then Goobies responds to say, we have an appointment letter.
Yes.
And we will carry on working. Do you get to determine whether their services are still required? Because you say you go to in the normal course, you would have gone to the site. Ordinarily, you would have gone to the site and looked at the need for this service.
Yes.
So when Goobies says to Commissioner Spies, sorry, we've got this letter from Malachi, signed by Piri, do you and did you go to those sites to check whether Goobies was still required for the period, however long they carried on after that letter?
in fact, the first site that I went to, I was in the meeting when they were issued letters. They did
The letters, you mean the termination letters?
termination letters. I
Yes.
think it was on the 25th or 26th of June. The first ones that I went to is in Mamelodi and Kalinin, because there were water issues. And I did not dispute the termination. It is not in my, it's above my pay grade. And I think I went again, things were still fine, the guards were out of the reservoirs in those areas. And in 7 days, one of the directors, I can't remember, is Mr. Mabasa or of Water and Sanitation, called me and said, have you been to Mamelodi? I said, no. He said, you must go and check in Mamelodi, Refilwe, and come and tell me what you see. When I got there, the Clearview fence was gone. The pump was damaged on all those three. And he said to me, I know it's above your pay grade, but look at this. And I went and I looked, and then I came back, I reported to my senior, who is Dr. Elvis Madiklaba. I think within 2 months after that, without my knowledge this time, with the knowledge of DCSPs and Dr. Madiklaba, because director was already on suspension, and there were ad hoc services, but not in Mamelodi, in Refilwe, because those were new reservoirs, but they were already vandalized at that moment. And then the pump station in Mamelodi, and it was vandalized, water was not coming out, but I couldn't do anything because they were stopped. And in Refilwe, ad hoc services resumed. Again, they are there as I speak. Without my knowledge, but only my assessments.
Yeah. I'm not sure that you've answered my question. I think what I'm trying to understand is you, in explaining your role, your functions,
Yes,
I understood you to say it includes a risk assessment. You,
Yes.
you analyze whether the service is required. So when the client department says we require security
Yes.
at this site,
Yes.
if things proceed regularly or normally, you would do the risk assessment
yes,
and then come back and say you need 4 guards, or no, you actually don't need
Yes.
guards. That
Yes.
is all secure. There's no problem there. Am I correct in that understanding? Okay. So on the back of that understanding of your functions, my question then is, when Goobies refuses to accept the termination of its ad hoc services,
Yes.
right? When they say to SPIS, we have a letter of deployment, and,
Yes.
and it seems that's all they rely on,
Yes.
right? As far as I remember that evidence. They don't say, you still need us because you still don't have a fence, right?
Yes.
Or you've just installed a pump, but you haven't yet secured the place. So,
Yes.
so they don't say that. All they simply say is to produce this kind of letter
Yes.
and say, well, we've got authority to be there, you can't terminate us. My question is it not part of your functions at that point to go and do that assessment,
Yes.
whether their services are still required at those sites? Because the way you explain the letter of the problem that Commissioner Kumalo is raising with you, where your letter is for an indefinite period, you say, well, if the client comes to me tomorrow and say, we no longer need the service, I withdraw, that's it. And that's well and good, and I have no problem with that. But we have the real life problem or situation that happened,
Yes.
which is Goobies saying to Commissioner Spies, we have a deployment letter.
Yes.
We are entitled to be here.
Yes.
My question to you is, but when that happens, isn't it part of your functions to go to the site, to those sites where you've issued these letters, which are now being sought to be withdrawn, and to do your assessment, and then you come back and you say to your superiors, we don't need them, or we still need them? Don't you, isn't that part of your responsibilities?
Commissioners, on this occasion, the letters come, in fact, they surprised me. Surprise, in fact, is not a word that I can use. I can say I was flabbergasted.
The termination letters,
Yeah, when they come.
yes?
And the Department of Water and Sanitation, I didn't even notify them. It is the duty of the director to notify Herman now, Scholela, to say, remember, you don't have that. Now, Goobies comes to us. I'm not even aware of, I think I was copied on that email that they say we have deployment letters the next day. And then we tell them, but this is ad hoc services. You stop there and there. And they stopped. But when that department calls me now and says, Piri, we don't have security. I say, no, but we terminated, Director Malachi will tell you. It is now the department that must adduce evidence to say, you terminating the security, the problem is, we are sitting with this problem. Immediately after terminating, we don't do any other assessment after that. The department tells us, no guys, we want to continue. But the reason why the department left those substations to be vandalized is because they provided a GL account and a cost center. They cannot come to us and say, guys, come back and do a risk assessment, because they are not paying for the services. We are. Now, if they were paying for the services, they would have came to us and said, but what you are doing, guys, is malicious compliance. But on this one, they couldn't, because they had nefarious intentions of telling us that they have a budget. And at the end of the day, they didn't have the budget. So when DCSP stops this, it's something that should have been done immediately in January when the first invoices come, when they realized that the department don't have money. So I cannot go back to them to their side and recommend to my seniors that no, we need security there. Although it is the right thing to do, Commissioner Baloyi. At that moment, it is not. The situation is volatile. But I'm not privy to what is happening above me. But I'm aware that by leaving this site, we might have a problem. But I cannot say, let's keep security there. It will show interest on my side.
No, I think maybe you misunderstand my question. Let me ask it differently. Why did you not, when Gubi said to Commissioner Spies,
Yes,
we have letters, deployment letters,
yes,
issued by Piri. We have a right to be here.
yes.
Why did you not say to Gubis and to Spies that they should be removed? Those letters doesn't give them the right to be there indefinitely. Because you're telling us the letter doesn't, even though it doesn't fix a period, your letter,
Yes.
it doesn't entitle a service provider to be there indefinitely.
Yes.
It is up to when you tell them. You would ordinarily say that's enough, okay? Because the
Yes.
client department has told you that. Now, we have the situation here where Gubis relies solely on your letter
Yes,
to say this letter gives us a right to be here.
Yes.
And they remain there for a longer period. And my question is, at that point, when Spies says to them, leave site, you need to leave site, and they say, no, Piri has given us the right to be here, here's a
Yes.
letter. Why do you not say to Gubis, leave site? I'm now instructing you to leave site. You're no longer required. Because you are the one that does that, right? You
Yes.
tell them on and off the way that it works.
Yes.
Why, in this case, did you not back up Spies by giving the instruction to Gubis that I gave you my letter, yes, that entitled you to be there, but now you must move off?
okay. In actual fact, I must explain what happened. I'm not aware of everything. It happens on the 25, 26, and I see the email. I can't remember the day, what day was it. But then when I see the email, because we have management meetings, we call Gubis. Not only Gubis, all other ad hoc services that are cancelled, that are specified to be cancelled. And then we say to them, you received a letter. It means today, the day you received a letter, the date that is written there, it means you stop services. Hence, there is no invoice for July because they stopped. I think they were strong-arming DCSPs just to test if my letter can go beyond the cancellation date. And if I may say it, in our profession as security practitioners, even if I tell you verbally or with the WhatsApp, you stop and then you dispute by following the court procedures. We had many of those, and then they know that this is, we will tell you today and say tomorrow you must come to the office and receive a letter.
The answer is that you did. You did talk to them to stop.
Yes, they stopped.
Okay.
The invoice ended, I believe, in June. There was no any other invoice from the 1st of July. They stopped.
Thank you.
Mr. Piri, let's go to the document that you just handed up to the commissioners. It's LA2, and this is the document that you allege it gives you authority to act in a manner that you did in 2025. While I received this document, at least the complete part of it this morning, I've just read it now, and I want us to have a proper understanding of this document. Now, that document, you'll see at the heading. In fact, if you go on the very first page, it's attached to an email. Are you
Yes.
there?
Yes.
So this is the LA2. You'll see on the first page, it's an email from Nava Pillay. And the context of it really is one sentence, which says this: please find attached the security details as discussed at this morning's briefing convened by the CM. Now, we go to that letter of yours. Now, that letter is dated the 5th of May 2023. Now, what is important is this. It says security preparedness for the IDP and budget community consultation. And it says this: regarding the above matter, the security operation plan will cover the following. And then it deals with what's going to happen when dealing with this consultation,
Yes.
community consultation. And then it deals with the issue of general safety, and then it says which department will be responsible and which areas are going to be covered. And you'll see it talks about crowd control, VIP protection and special operations, regional commanders, and then liaison with South African Police Service, public order policing, that's POP. And then this is where it deals with what you say it affects you.
Yes.
When it talks about the asset protection and security services,
Yes.
will be responsible for, among others, the following. And then it lists on the following page:
Yes.
to ensure all private and source guards are on duty and protection of buildings and assets. And it's not necessary for me to read the rest of the points, but they deal with what ought to happen.
Yes.
And then it says that please find here in a contact list of all APSS members for their respective regions and their contact details.
Yes.
And then it says also find attached a list of TMPD members per region and their contact details. And then it says, notwithstanding the above, we recommend the non-utilization of the KT Mutubatse Hall or security reason and an alternative venue be sourced. And then that's the table that we discussed, and we find your name at item 12. And you say to this commission, what is important is that the part that says NB overall coordination and command by Mr. Andrew Peter being yourself.
Yes, advocate.
I put it to you that this document was solely focused on the event that was coming.
Yes, for the event of, yes.
Yes, it had nothing to do with deployment of sites, ad hoc or otherwise.
Okay.
You accept that?
Yes, I accept that,
Yes.
but can I further say something?
Yes, you may.
Advocate, as I've said, I failed to extract the one that will explain this better. I don't know, for some reason I couldn't find it after being given my laptop. But if any department, they will know. In fact, it should read that I'm also a troubleshooter. That means at 12 o'clock at night, you will tell me that my sites are being vandalized. And then my seniors will tell me, we must guard that place. But this one was just to show that Director Malachi knew that I have overall command. So that is the reason that not only for this event, in any other instances, you must contact me. I will know what to do.
In fact, are you done, Mr. P?
Yes, I am.
Yes, in fact, the document, if you look at it, and then it expands on the next page, it lists all the regions.
Yes, and the
And-
people
Yes,
who are supposed to.
yes. And the point really I am trying to get across to you is that this document does not give you the authority to allocate and, using your words, to deploy
Yes,
the security service providers as you did in this case?
Yes, it
No,
doesn't.
no, at least on the face of it.
Yeah, on the face of it, you are right, the advocate. But I just wanted to indicate to the commissioners, that my duties were not limited to what I had in this commission. We're not limited to that. As Commissioner Kumalo has asked me, here you are being, it is being said that you are responsible for 6 and 7. But I'm also have another duty to coordinate, and so in this part, it says ensuring all private and in-source guards are on duty and the protection of buildings and assets. Now, commissioners, so it will happen that we have a site in Soshanguve in Jugulane, and at that moment, there is no security. The management of community services, and I can't remember where they fall, they will have to call me at that moment and say, they will write an email to Mr. Nava and Director Chukudu, and then they will arrange and tell them that the person who must come to your place at this moment to see that security is deployed is the guy that is called Piri. The number is there. And someone even call my bosses. They will call me directly or send me an email directly to say, Piri, you see, with this problem, we are sitting with this problem, we need security. The reason I'm referring to this is because it has happened before. So I want to highlight that even when Director Malachi took the decision, he knew the person to delegate to. So it comes to, on my statement, where it comes to LA1. The reason I attached this is because on LA1, page 1 of my annexures, where Director Malachi says, please get Piri to run with the process and let's monitor the progress. So I'm indicating that he knew that I have authority. So in essence, what I'm saying is I derive that authority because there are many instances where this is where I'm referred to take care of the problem. So this was just one to show you that if a building is not guarded and the management of that building says it must be guarded at that time, at IDPs or whatever, I had to make sure that there are security guards, either way on ad hoc services or on my own discretion, taking guards somewhere, putting them there. So I had that right. I could take guards from Tshwane Market, put them in Mabopane at that moment.
Sorry to interrupt you. I accept that.
Yes.
The only proposition which I think I have accepted your answer is to at least agree that that document really only related to one event, and that's all there is to it. I understand the fair explanation, but for now, the question was really confined to that document, that it related to a specific event. That's all I was saying to you.
I accept that, Advocate, but I must say to you, Commissioners, had I known that this letter will not suffice, I would have extracted other emails that shows that authority was given to me. But authority and instruction, I understand, are two different things. But at the very same time, I'm saying authority I had from Director Malachi and then others at the back. So this was just to indicate that I did not act ultra vires. I was not a rogue inspector, as I'm made to be seen. I was following instructions.
All right, let's move to page 18 of your statement. It's annexure LA05.
Page 18,
Yes.
file
It's the first file, file 1.
File 1, page 18.
1-8, yes.
Yes,
Now, you will remember while having a discussion with Commissioner Baloyi, and you were asked about the deployment letters relating to Klaperkop pump station and Brickfields pump station. And part of the discussion between the two of you was that, at least in this email, we see that Goobies, or at least some of their staff members were copied on that email.
yes,
And then in explanation, you said that you carried out this instruction, but then while this took place a bit earlier, as this email is dated the 7th,
yes,
you, however, when you dealt with your letters of the 14th, you did not see the need to backdate because you had to deal with it as and when you were dealing with those letters.
yes,
Do you remember that?
yes, I do.
And remember, part of that discussion, it started from when you were reading paragraph 15 and 16, where there was a bit of a disjoinder
Yes.
of the two paragraphs.
Yes,
Yes. Now, I want to put it to you that that answer that you gave is incorrect,
yes,
because I want to draw your attention. If you go to file 2, the second file,
yes. Yes,
and you go to page 8.1. Let's start with 8.1.
yes,
Yes, you will see that. Remember, this is where you say, well, the reason why you gave this instruction to Goobies is because you were told to do so, and you acted according to that, and you made sure that that is done. But when you look at page 81, you will see that that letter is dated the 1st of January, and you will see that your signature appears at the bottom, and there's a date to it, says 0701,
yes,
2025.
yes,
Now, you will see the same, so this one deals with Brickfields, and you'll see on page 83, the same letter dealing with Klaperkop.
yes,
Similarly, it's dated the 1st of January, and you will see that your date says 0701,
yes,
2025.
yes,
And you will see the number of the armed guards, the number of the patrol personnel in the vehicle, they accord with what's on the email. You accept that as well?
yes.
Yes.
The 7th, remember when Commissioner Baloyi asked me the question, he was referring to page 77.
No, I'm saying to you, I'm putting it to you to say that answer of yours could not have been correct.
Yes, was incorrect.
Yes, You accept that?
Yes, I do.
It doesn't speak to the 14th?
It doesn't speak to the 14th on this
Yes.
letter.
So we cannot rely then on that email to say that gave you authority with regard to the letters of the 14th. At least you have to accept that. This email refers to the 7th, and your letters also refer to the 7th. So we'll come and deal with the 14th, but at least let's accept that.
I accept that.
Yes.
In fact, I remember that I did it on the 7th.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Now we still have to deal with the issue of the 14th to say where did you obtain your instructions, and also not just the instructions or authority, but also to specifically allocate to groupies. But at least we have to put that aside, that those letters of the 14th had nothing to do with what Director Malachi had written on that email, because separate letters exist for that allocation. Mr. Piri, you'll accept that 3 people came to testify before this commission
Yes.
dealing with the issue of these letters. We had DC Spies, we had DC Ballhays, and we also had Director Malachi.
Yes.
And the crux of their of their testimony is that they never gave you an instructions, or you never had authority to allocate any sites to groupies as you did. When we, can we go to file number 3 and go to page 59? In fact, go to 69 to get to the point.
69.
69, please.
And there.
Now, when this is Director Malachi's statement, which when he was being deposed to, he stood by the statement, and this was also recorded in the transcript. So at paragraph 23, when in fact, let's deal with 24. When asked the question whether I delegated powers of allocation to anyone, in particular Mr. A.L. Piri, in respect of the sites to be guarded by the service providers rendering services under TMPD 02-2016-2017. And then he says this: I have not delegated powers of allocation to anyone in respect of the sites to be guarded by the service providers rendering services under TMPD 02-2016-2017. And then the question says whether you approved or mandated allocation of security services, in particular Gubis 85, in the period between December 2024 to 30 June 2025. And he says that he did not approve or mandate the allocation of the security to Gubis in the period between December 2024 and June 2025. Do you have anything to say in relation to his evidence in that regard?
Paragraph 24, it is already answered with the email that says, get Piri to run with it, commissioners. Director Malachi was incorrect. And to further state, immediately when you hand me a department, the emails will suggest the updated list. The email will tell you that now you can speak directly to Mr. Piri, commissioners. This statement is incorrect and malicious. And I did not approve or mandate the allocation of ad hoc security services to Gubis 85 Solutions Limited in the period between December 2024 to June 2025, we had a meeting with Herman Sekgolela, where Director Malachi said I must convene that meeting. And in saying that, in that meeting, I don't have the minutes, but his secretary was there, must have that minutes. He said to Herman Sekgolela, hence you will see that in the emails that I attach, now Mr. Herman Sekgolela tells me, updated list, redeploy, cancel this one, send to this one. It is because he's told, as a representative of Water and Sanitation Business Unit, that now you communicate to Piri under the instruction in that meeting. It's unfortunate I don't have those minutes. Now, Advocate Msikidi, let me tell you something that you were not told in this commission. My letter of deployment doesn't give SCM or creditors to pay. And you can dispute that letter. Now, how things work in Tswane is that you get an invoice. That is the part that is missing in these statements that are made frivolously about my name. When you get that invoice, I don't sign that invoice. I don't. I'm not even involved there. I've already told you that I made sure that the guards are there. Now, you put your signature as Director Malachi, and you are validating what you said you did not approve. But you are approving it by signing it. And then you send it to DC Boleys. He signs it at that amount. Then it goes to Finance or Department of Water. They take it at face value. Is that possible? To me, it's not. The people knew and they signed. They validated what was written there. So if he says, I did not approve or mandate, then how does that happen until June? So this statement, to put it mildly, is incorrect.
Can I just ask this? The page 18 document, email from Director Malachi, it nominates 2 pump stations by
Yes.
name, Klapperkop and Brickfields.
Yes.
But then your letters, it's quite a number of letters,
Yes.
and they deal with different pump stations.
Yes.
Where do you draw the authority, to the extent that you have given us this letter, this email at page 18 as the source of authority?
Yes.
Or as evidence that you were given directions to deal with this, which on the face of it I accept.
Yes.
But then your instruction, your letters of deployment cover quite a lot of stations
Yes.
or facilities, if you like.
Yes.
Where does that power, your power to have given in respect of the many others, where do you say that comes from?
If we go to page 7 of my annexures, it is Friday, January 10th, 2025. Now, Herman Sekgolela, being told in a meeting that the person who will be dealing with your problems is Mr. Lebohang Piri. He sends an email at 11:23 a.m. Mr. Piri, I hope this finds you well, This is the updated list. But here, he sends this to me and my supervisor, which is Dr. Elvis Kwapeng Madiklaba. Now, the authority came with that email. Let him run with it. It is given to Dr. Elvis Kwapeng Madiklaba. There is no need for now, because we had a meeting. We convened the meeting on the 6th. We agreed that Mr. Phiri will run with the process. Now, for ease of operation, because director has other issues that he must deal with, it's not only water and sanitation. There have to be meetings, Section 79 meetings and stuff. Herman Scholela now, he knows that Director Malachi gave me a point.
So he's the one that gives you the list of stations.
Now he gives me the list of stations. Is his allocation, his deployment. What I must do now is to go there and make sure that indeed this is the place.
Okay, so you're not saying page 18 is the power you have to deploy to the many other stations, because page 18 speaks only to Brickfields and Klapperkop, right? That's your
Yes.
page 18.
Yes.
It's specific to those two stations.
Yes.
You are saying to us that it is the meeting, that this meeting you're referring to,
Yes.
and the earlier email that we looked at, which was, I think it said, Phiri will run with it.
Yes.
You're saying that's where you drew your authority in respect of the other stations, effectively to execute
Yes.
Sekgolela's list as he gives it to you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. In fact, what I should say is that the deployment on the 7th is in pursuance of the decision that was taken in the meeting of the 6th. Because the meeting of the 6th gives effect that Mr. Phiri will, in fact, let me read it so that I don't. It says, it tells Dr. Elvis Kwapeng Madiklaba that please get Phiri to run with the process and let's monitor progress.
Yes.
Remember, in a meeting, already Sekgolela has told us, Herman, that we don't have this problem only here. We have a larger problem that you must deal with. So you must prepare yourself. Okay. So I'm now leaving my other duties, delegating them to another colleague of mine to say, please take care of my regions and stuff and my meetings, reschedule some of my meetings. And now I'm going to see what is happening. So they come in as they come to say, Mr. Phiri, because I've already given an instruction,
Yes.
now I must execute.
Understand. Thank you.
Mr. Phiri, maybe to piggyback on that question, you will see that at page 7 of file 1, and then what is then referred to by Herman Sekgolela is what is called an updated list, which then appears on page 8.
Yes.
Now, when you look at that list and then you compare it with maybe go to file number 4 on page 153.
Page 153.
153, yes, of file 4.
One, 153.
153, yes, file 4.
One, 154.
153,
3.
file 4, and then 153.
Yeah, I have 153 and 154 in front of me.
Yes, so on 153, what you must see is a document that says a summary of sites allocated to Gubis by Mr. Phiri. Is that the one you have?
summary of sites allocated to Gubis 85 by Mr. Piri.
Yes. Now, this document, it's populated from the letters that you signed.
Yes.
Yes. And really the part of the question that Commissioner Baloyi was asking you was that, at the very least, accepting that, even if for a moment, that Herman Sekgolela had the authority to dictate to you, as you put in your statement, who to allocate and which sites in question. The question really, at the heart of it, is that on page 8, you have 19 sites that are identified. And then on your letters, on the summary of what we have here, you have 38 sites. It's actually 40, but I've subtracted 2, which belongs to Dr. Madihlabe. So with yourself, it's 38. And what we're trying to reconcile is that where did you obtain the instruction to allocate the difference?
Just the last question, so that I can give you a proper answer.
Yes, you have on page 8, what you referred us to is a list of sites, which is a total of 19 sites. But when you look at page 153, you have a total of 38 sites. So
Yes.
there's a whole difference of sites that don't accord to what you are telling us in terms of your email. So the question I'm asking you is that, how do you account for the remainder of the sites for a moment?
Okay. Remember the questions that were sent to me is authority, instruction, process, and generation and paying of POs. Now, I had to prove, commissioners, that I had authority from Director Malaji. I got an instruction from Director Malaji. Water and sanitation got their own people to work. I'm not responsible for, I'm answering those questions. But should have the question came and said, we need evidence to show that Mr. Sekgolela is sending you this list. And then I would have put the emails to show that I did not just go and identify site. He identifies sites, he allocates Gubis, and then mine is to go. There are emails to that effect. I am not just going around doing, even there are emails where he says, I have seen that I'm done maybe in Waverley. Please redeploy these guards to Sunderland Ridge. Because now he is in control. He's telling us where his problems are. And then we are going where he tells us. I don't identify these sites. He identifies them, but the question from the commission did not say, Piri, show us how did you arrive at 38. I would have showed you that as much as I've given you the updated site, I would have shown you that the updated site also comes with new sites.
Mr. Musigi, perhaps in the interest of time, let's resolve this by affording Major Piri an opportunity to supplement on this point.
Chair, I'm happy to do that, but the question still remains, and it's not really what was sent to him. The question remains is that the letters that he sent, and that's what he must answer to. This is what is before the commission.
That's pretty clear that it has only the number that you referred to, which is much lesser than or fewer than what you referred to later. And I don't think that will change in the interest of time. I think you've made your point. You've made your point with regard to that. And then that's what Major Piri says he would have addressed had his mind been directed to that specifically. And it's on that I think, in fairness, we should afford him an opportunity to supplement. You are free to respond to me.
Yes, Chair. I take heed to that, Chair. I'll take the answer as it is, that at least for now, there's no account, even if we were to accept that he had authority from either Herman or Malachi, there's still a deficit of at least 50% of the letters that he can account for.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Piri?
Major Piri, you say, had your mind been directed to this issue, you would have been able to address it. So I afford the opportunity to supplement your statement by addressing this issue.
Definitely, Commissioner.
By when do you think you can file a supplementary statement?
First, I have to request Director Denis Minar to access. I have my laptop, but I have to access a municipal building, and then that I cannot say by Friday.
Do you first, okay.
But the Commission can give me a deadline. But I think by Wednesday, because I will definitely send them the request and the update.
Must I say it's Wednesday or Friday? What should I give you?
Wednesday.
Wednesday is fine.
Yes, Wednesday.
All
I will
right,
be
then
able
you
to
are
do that.
directed to file that.
Yes, I will work it over the weekend, and then I will send them. Yes.
To file it by Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Musigidi. Mr. Musigidi, I hope you don't feel that I curtailed your cross-examination on this. Because as I say, I think you've made your point, and we understand it perfectly.
No, Chair, I accept that, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll move on from, well,
Thank you.
I'm still on the same point, but at
All
least on a
right.
different angle, Chair.
All right.
Yes. Mr. Piri, you testified that when you received, so the question is, when you received the instruction, finally, on the on the 10th of January, that will be the email on page 1, LA01, from Mr. Herman Sekhulela. Page 1, file 1.
Page 1.
Yes, so you go to your first file, then it refers to your annexure L01 on page 1.
L01.
Yes.
Yes.
You see that. On top there is an email from Herman.
Page 1.
Yes.
From Herman.
Yes,
On
so go
page
to your
1 is-
annexures
It's
LA01.
Chukudu Malachi. On page 1.
Yes, no, go to the very top of the email.
Yes.
You see that?
Yeah.
Now, that's an email addressed to you.
Yes.
Yes. And that is the email that gives you the go-ahead. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So the question is that, how many sites did you then visit on the day?
On the day.
Yes.
There are no sites attached here on the 10th.
Yes.
Let me see this sites.
Remember your testimony is this, Mr. Piri. Let me assist you. You say that finally you received the final go-ahead on the 10th,
Yes.
having taken into account all these developments between Mr. Hellman, Mr. Malachi,
Yes.
and you say on the 10th is what triggered you to start doing your job. And then obviously on the 14th you signed those letters. So the question is that, how many areas did you visit?
If you take out number 7 and number 10, because they are already done, and it's 19 sites. Or you take out number 1 also, it's 16. Moreleta, Grasfontein, Grootfontein, Karina, Ilados Park, Mokelneck. Oh, it's 15. You must take out number 19. Royal Belt Presser. It is already in force. He is not aware. I'm aware because it's the one that I'm taking, started in May. So it's 15. So if I read you this, it's in Region 6. The reservoirs and Glenway, I see there's Glenway Estate Feeder. They are in Region 6. That is your Mamelodi up until Grasfontein. It takes me 4 hours to visit all of those sites. You take Rayton Reservoir and Refilwe. It is already, I know these 2 sites. This is what I'm talking about, that I've been to these sites before he can send me this. Because these sites, when he sends them, I realize that he is not aware, but I say to him, let me go to Rayton and Refilwe and satisfy myself. But I know them. I go there, it's in Region 5. When I'm finished with Mamelodi, I just drive up around, I think it's 15 kilometers. It is not exactly in that area. It's on the road going to Moloto. When you move from Glenway, I think it's just 5 kilometers in the bush. I just go there and I see the sites. But these are new sites, I've been there before. And it was in December, I think 2023. And then I go there. And then it says Florona LL Reservoir Pump Station. It's in Pretoria North. So already now...
Perhaps to deal with this more quickly, did you do all of this in one day or not?
Yes, I did.
And what was the day or date?
I think it was, he sent me this on the 10th. I think I either went, if I can see the email, I either went, I started on this day. Because remember now, commissioners.
Now, when you say you started, because you just said you did all of them in one day, when you say started, are you suggesting that you started and did not finish, or you started and finished? On the
I
same
started
day?
and finished.
All right.
Because I'm on standby.
Okay,
I'm paid.
can you tell what date it was?
I believe I started on the same day.
On the same day?
Yeah, on the 10th.
Yes.
It must be just after 12.
All right, thank you. I think that's what you wanted to establish, Mr. Musigiri, not so much the order in which he did this and the time he took. Does that answer your question?
It does, Chairperson, answer the question. It just still begs the other question as to how many sites did he visit? Because the letters that were produced, according to our records at least.
I think he did answer that. He said, taking out this and that site, then it's this total. I think he did answer that. Unless you want him to just give you that total again.
Yes, that will assist me for my notes.
Yes.
Okay. You take out number 1. And take out number 3 and 4. It's 3 now. You take out number 7. You take out number 10. You take out number 14, Glenway. You take out number 19. So I visited, it's 5 or 6. I visited 14 on that day. The nature of my work, advocate, I'm one person. I can start work at 6 and finish at 2 o'clock.
All that's wanted now is just the total.
Oh, it's 14.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Perry. Can we then deal with the last subtopic before we go to the next stream? And this relates to the question that was posed probably earlier to you, and definitely it was canvassed with the CFO when he came here, Mr. Mnisi, as to the processes that ought to be followed. And that's something that I realize that you're also itchy to explain relating to purchase orders. Can you go to page 111 on file 4?
File 4.
Yes,
111, file 4.
yes. Now, before you
Bow.
Thank you.
You assist me.
Now, before you get into, okay. So it's 111. Are you winning?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes. So there was much huff and puffing about the processes that relates to purchase orders and the processes.
Yes.
Now,
I hope your meaning of huffing and puffing is different to Mr. Mnisi's, because I know huffing and puffing to mean the opposite of what he said. Please continue.
indeed, Chair, I will try not to huff and puff. Mr. Phiri, do you recognize the document?
Yes.
Yes. What is that document?
It's a memo from Mr. T.P. Malachi and Mr. Navapile.
And it is dated 23 January 2023. Can you read into the record the subject matter of that letter or that memo?
Okay. Standard operating procedure, acquisition of additional new security services. The requesting department must address a request to the Office of the City Manager, Asset and Property Protection Unit. OCM, APPU will conduct a security risk assessments on the sites where security is required and make recommendations as well as provide quotations for the provision of such requested services. The requesting department must then send to the OCM APPU a formal letter of request signed by the cost center owner, where the money will come from, indicating the cost center number, general ledger account, and how much must be committed for the services. The GL and cost center will be verified for sufficient funds. Upon funds being available, a purchase order will be created and sent to the cost center owner for release. Once a PO has been released, the OCM APPU will then go ahead and provide the services and monitor such services. Mr. T.P. Malachi signs it on the 23rd 01/2023, and Mr. Navapile approves.
We're not the city officials. Can you explain to us what's your fair understanding of the process here, Mr. Phiri, just to assist the commission?
To assist the commission, I would say this, in the Office of the City Manager, it's a memo outlining the standard operating procedure. It indicates what must happen. But advocate commissioners, this was not followed on this instance. The reason is there were already services that were provided without our intervention, which were irregular, from the Department of Water. We come to realize when they have a problem.
No, I get that. Before you get there, I was just saying on what the document, the process that it prescribes.
Yes.
Then we can come to this instance where it was followed or not. I think you did say for whatever reasons.
Yes,
Just
it
to
was not
understand
followed.
how it works.
How it works?
Yes, in terms of when you, in an ideal situation,
Yes.
And when would a purchase order be produced?
What it says here, it's true, a purchase order must be produced before work is done. But the systems in the city of Tshwane now, as we speak, as we are here, doesn't allow that. Because they don't rely on the quotation, they rely on an invoice. Remember now, here they are talking about the quotation. Creditors say, and SCM, we cannot produce a PO without an invoice. Hence I said to advocate commissioners, a quotation is as much as a deployment letter. Doesn't give effect for SCM or creditors to pay. So you must validate an invoice, then it's then that entries are made to create a PO, as we are sitting here. Because, and if you can create one PO now for services that will be rendered for 3 months, you can create it for 3 months, and there will be ease of operations. But then you have validated with an invoice that this work is being done.
No, thank you. I think the document is clear as to what ought to be done.
Yes.
Chair, I still have to cover the financial aspect of relating to Mr. Piri. And I see that it's 12:59.
Let's do that at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn until 2 p.m.
Yes, I do have it.
Yes. And I think this statement,
Yes,
part of the statement is also duplicated in your own annexures anyway.
Yes, it's not in Standard Bank, it's a Absa Bank.
Thank you, yes. On 5.1, that's where the Standard Bank ends and we start with ABSA, that's correct.
Yes.
Yes. I want us to focus on, there's a payment.
Maybe
just-
comment, maybe for the record, you confirm it is his bank account.
Yes, Mr. Piri, can you confirm that that's your bank statement?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And for now, Commissioners, I want us only to confine ourselves to the payment made on the 13th of May, 2025 of 150,000 rand. There are other payments that we can deal with later. You will see that the reference to that payment is stationary refund. Chair, this transaction is recorded on Mr. Piri's statement as well. And he explained that when he was in chief, that was a loan from a friend. And when I asked him the name of the friend, he said to us the name of the friend was one Willie Mashupie. Mr. Piri, can you confirm that?
Yes, I did so. I did
Thank
say
you.
that.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Chair, we had to go and try and find out and subpoena the banks to find out the source of the transaction. And Chair, I will refer you on file 4 to page 150 of file 4, 150. So what we have done, Chair, as indicated, we have subpoenaed the banks to get the source of this payment, because from the face of a bank statement, at times you cannot see who the money comes from. Now, on page 150, you will see that we just dealing with one transaction, and that is the account of Mr. Piri, and you will see on the third column the amount of 150. The third column, the date of the payment, and that accords with the cross-reference of stationery when it says cross-reference to. And you will see that there's also what you call a matching account number. So that will be the account where this amount was made. And in this case, Chairperson, we will see what appears on the far right is what we call Khaboji Logistics. So at least what that demonstrates, Chairperson, is that the amount you see on page 152 was made by a company called Khaboji, and that is supported by what appears on 150. Now, Chair, could you please then go to
Do
page...
you want to get confirmation from Major Piri of what you've...
I will give him a chance to comment, but is there anything you want to say for now?
No. In fact, what I can say is that I realized when I retracted my statement that it is written stationary fund.
Yes.
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 That is,
But,
I realized just...
But you accept, as reflected at page 150, that this was actually a payment from Khaboji Logistics Pty Ltd.
I know it as payment from William Supi, but at the time that he sent me the money, I didn't take note that it is written stationary fund because I needed money as quickly as possible.
Okay, all right. Yes, you may continue, Mr. Musigiri.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on the same file, we could go to page 60.
Same file.
Same,
Same file two, yes,
File two.
file two. Now, 60, Chair. Now, Chair, on page 60, you will see that that's what we call an XTND summary. And you will see the name there that appears is Mr. William Shupia. And what I need to refer the commission to is page 64 of that document. So for the purpose of this
sorry, Chair.
exercise.
On page 64,
64,
60, you said you referred to something.
60 is the name of William Mushupe right on top there. Do you see that?
On top,
Yes,
on 60.
yes. Can you just make sure? Yes, on file two,
On file 2, I'm on file 4,
okay.
60, 2, 8.
is that file two? The one you are going
This is
to?
file 2.
Yes. Just go to page
60, yes, I'm on 60.
And then,
0.
then move to,
You see there, it refers
Yes.
to them. Look at the name reflected, their first name and surname.
Yes.
And then go to 64. It's still the same document.
64 of file 4.
Same file, same document major.
Yes, I see.
Yes. So it's 64, it's, that same document is
Yes.
still continuing.
Yes.
yes, Chair. For the purpose of this discussion, Chair, what we need to look at, you will see that this document, what it does, it gives a profile of Mr. Mushupia, and for the purpose of this exercise, the Chair will see that right at the bottom, line number 4 from the bottom, there will be a company called Khabuchi Logistics, and that comes under the topic directorships.
You say line 4, I'm not sure I
4
get
from
that.
the bottom.
Sorry? Or from the bottom?
From the
Sorry,
bottom, Chair.
sorry. Thank you.
Yes. Now, that document, Chair, at least it depicts the companies that Mr. Mushupe will be a director of. And you will see that one of the companies that he holds directorship is Khabuchi Logistics.
Which appears to be the same company we saw in, was it file 4?
Indeed, Chair, that's the company that made the payment of
Yes.
150,000 rands.
Major, do you see that?
Yes, I see.
Yes. Now, if you go further up, Chair, it also shows you that under the employers, it shows you that Mr. Mashupia is employed by Gubi's 85 Solutions. Do you see that, Mr. Piri?
Yes.
Yes. Now, part of the questions that was posed to you to answer to this commission was that whether you have received any incentives or benefits from Gubis.
Yes.
And you answered to the negative.
Yes.
Is that still your answer?
Yes.
Chair,
What is the nature of your relationship with with Mr. Masupia?
I've known Mr. Misupe from when I completed my matric in 1996. He was staying at Dube in Soweto, and I was staying at my aunt's in Naledi. And we met through the pastor's child. At that time, we were still youngsters. I was working in Santen, and then I came to know him in 1998.
Okay.
And then we went on, but went on and off, not knowing we were doing our things at that moment, until we met again, I think in 2005, when I was working for a trekking company, trekking vehicles, and my duties were in Soweto. So I met him so that I knew where vehicles were taken when they were stolen.
Okay.
So he's a friend,
He's a friend.
yes.
Do you know that he's a director of Habuki Logistics?
Yeah, when I'm working, I was doing lots of stuff, and we met again just around 2017 again, and then he was doing well, and our friendship grew again.
Okay.
But it was not a friendship that I would say was sustainable. It was a friendship when maybe I need something from him or he needs something from me. We will call each other and do whatever we wanted to do.
Okay, so it's not a, would you describe it as a close friendship?
It is not a close friendship. It was not a close friendship then. It became serious just around 2000 during COVID, and we came to know each other
Okay. And
better.
did you know that he's employed by Gubis 85?
I came to realize that when Gubis 85 started working in 2022, but he didn't say that I'm working for Gubis. He just said I'm in business relationship with Gubis.
Okay. But you became aware that he's doing work for Gubis?
Yes, partnerships somewhere in Mpumalanga.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Piri, you would know and be familiar with Mr. Calvin Madlanga
Yes, I know him. He's a director of Gubis.
of Gubis. Yes. Now, Chair, going back to file 4, Mr. Piri, can you go to file 4, please?
I can leave this one.
Yes. On page 149. Chair, you will see there, those are transactions or financial transactions that were made by Mr. Calvin Madlanga, but obviously they are not made to this witness, so we'll not canvass that with him. But what I need to demonstrate for the purpose of this exercise, Chair, is that you will see that from the 23rd of February 2025 all the way to the 18th of October, that's just a sample, Chair, of him paying monies into Habuki Logistics, Chair. So, do you see that, Mr. Piri?
Yes, I see that.
Yes. And you will see that even on the 14th of May, he made some payment as well of about 18,000 and subsequent payments to Habuki. And obviously what we have before us is that on the 13th of May, Habuki made payment to you, as you have described.
Yes.
Yes. What I want to propose to you is that the information put to us demonstrates a clear connection of funds from the director of Gubis to Khabuchi, and ultimately those payments making their way to your account. Do you accept that?
Well, I need to answer this in a very,
Let's say this, Mayor. You accept that, and then if you accept that, then I can go to explanation then, if you have an explanation.
no, I don't. I don't accept that
Okay,
because my reasoning is that you say the payments were made on the 13th to me. Is what the advocate is advising.
yes, no, a payment was made to you on the 13th of May. That's
Yes.
common cause.
Yes.
Yes,
And on the 14th, he pays, Calvin pays Khabutsile 18,000.
yes, no, that's not the question.
Yes.
It's, what I'm asking you is this. Don't confuse yourself with the transaction on the 14th. I'm saying what we're looking here accumulatively is that Gubis, or Mr. Madlanga on behalf of Gubis, is making payments to Khabuchi. Forget
Yes.
about the dates.
Yes.
Yes, that's what is depleted there at least. And I'm saying somehow those payments through Khabuchi, they make their way to your account.
Is that accurate though, Mr. Musigidi? When, for example, we take the payment of what date, the 18,000 rand? The date is not even the same. You base, your question suggests that there will be corresponding deposits from Khabuchi to Major Piri's account, unless you want to reformulate your question.
No, Chair, that's not the suggestion at all, Chair.
Please reformulate your
because that's
question
not-
then,
yes.
because
That's not what
that's
is-
how I understood it, and I suspect that's how Commissioner Balway understood it as well, because I heard her.
No, Chair, we are not putting it any higher than this.
Just reformulate the
Yes,
question though, because as is, it may be conveying something that I doubt you want to convey.
Yes, Chair.
Because as presently formulated, it suggests that the payments correspond even in terms of amounts.
Yes, Chair, no, that's not the
No,
suggestion.
no,
Let me,
I
let
hear
me
you.
try and deal with
I-
the question differently.
Yes, please,
Yes,
please, yes.
And Mr. Piri, understand me, I'm not saying there's a corresponding payment, for example, in your case of 150,000 rand, that came from Gubis directly to your account via Khabuchi. That's not the proposition I'm putting to you. The proposition is simply this, is that what is put in front of you is that you have payment from Khabuchi. And what we also know is that Khabuchi also receives monies
Yes.
from Mr. Calvin.
Yes.
That's as high as I'm putting it.
Yes.
Yes. Is there any comment to that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Advocate, first, you are saying to me that, commissioners, it must be clear, he paid me on the 13th. And I agree. I say I requested the loan he gave me. Now, when I look at your documents, it says there's no way that where it shows the 13th that Calvin Madlanga paid him on the 13th to pay me. But you are telling me that he paid me, and from the 23rd of February 2025 up until 18 October 2025, he's paying this company. And there's no evidence that on the 13th 150,000 came from Calvin Ponso Mahlangu to Kabuchi Logistics. And then it went out and came to me. Remember now, I'm talking about my friend, that commissioners, I'm loaning money from, knowingly that he told me that I know the guy, I sometimes work with him. And he loans me the money. But I don't see the money here on the 13th. So I don't know what are the relations in relation to the 150,000.
Yes, no. I think, let me be fair to you. I'm not putting, and I'm trying my best here. I'm not saying to you, you'll find a 150 amount
Yes.
transaction from Gubis to you or to Kabuchi and yourself.
Yes.
And remember, I prefaced my question by saying the transactions on page 149 is
Yes.
just a sample of the transactions between Calvin, Mahlangu, and Kabuchi. And I said to you, I would not invite you to make comment on those because those has nothing to do with you.
Okay. That
Remember
I
that. And you'll
accept.
see those transactions, they add up to 194,000
Yes.
on the sample. And I said to you, that had nothing to do with you.
Okay.
Yes.
If you say so, they have nothing to do with me, I accept.
Yes. What we wanted to demonstrate is that Kabuchi does receive money from Gubis,
Yes.
and then we can deal with the rest.
Can I?
No, I'm saying then we can move on and deal with
Okay.
with the others.
Yes.
Yes. There's another payment or group of payments
Yes.
that we we also discussed this morning.
Yes.
And these relate to,
Sorry to interject,
Yes.
Advocate. Chair, I would like to know that the 150,000, we are clear on it.
we'll come back to it when we put all the at least propositions to you,
Okay.
as we are still dealing with what we will at least make submissions on to say that these are the benefits from Gubis.
Okay.
But we're still dealing with some of the amounts that we are saying are linked to Gubis.
Gubis,
So
yes.
they will all tie in, including the 150. But for now, yes, you can move on from 150. Let's deal with the 35,000 rands.
Yes. In fact, when you asked me the first question, I wanted to tell you that the best way to start is to start at the 35,000.
Let's get to 35,000.
Yes.
Clearly, you are prepared for that one.
Yes.
Hopefully, then we can find common ground on the 35,000 rand.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Chair, Chair would have seen on file 1,
Where should we go there, Mr. Musugini?
yes, Chair, just give me a sec to find my footing.
At page
Chair,
1.
you will find those if you go to file 1, on page 8. It should be the very last document on that.
It's tab number LA05.
Yes.
Okay, and then.
Brigadier Musigidi, you said page 8.
Yes, Commissioners. So this is file 1,
Yes. The bank statement.
the bank statement,
Yes.
yes.
Are you there, Commander?
I'm
After the
definitely
last
there.
tab, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Now, these three amounts,
Yes.
in your statement, when you explained, I think you said, well, you said that these were the amounts from amounts from one person in relation to a loan as well. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Yes.
What bank account is this? Is this
It's
ABSA
ABSA.
Standard Bank? ABSA.
ABSA.
Okay.
Please, I'm sorry, which date are you looking at and what amount?
Thank you, Chair. I haven't gotten there, Chair. Yes, we were just speaking to what he confirmed is in his own statement.
Just identity, okay,
Yes.
all right.
Now, Chair, while we are there, you'll see on top there, Mr. Piri, you'll confirm on the top right, the account number there, that's your account number?
That's my account number.
Yes. And now, Chair, we're looking at the transactions almost right at the bottom, on the 20th of May 2023. And then Chair will see that there's 3 payments that makes up the 105 payment. Now, you will see, Chair, that the first reference, it says that it's for services, rendered, or at least the word render will be missing the last few words, but it will be read as service rendered. And then the second item, the reference will say first rent papi, and then the last payment will also say first rent papi. And just Chair, on the score, when the witness was asked in examination chief, he testified that these amounts are from a person called Papi Mukhashwa. Is that correct, Major?
Yes.
Yes, Chair. Now, Chair, we have also conducted the same exercise where we subpoenaed the bank in an attempt to trace where these amounts originate. Chair, on that score, you can go to page 151 of file 4.
One 151.
151, thank you.
I'm there, Chair.
Chair, you will see that those transactions are there with the reference that we alluded to earlier, which the first reference. First of all, the amount are 35,000 rand, and the date being the 20th of May, and then the reference they accord with what we identified, which is the services rendered, Papi and Papi. And then you will see, Chairperson, there will be the account numbers where that amount originated from. And then on the far right, you will see it says the companies or the names of the company and the individuals whom this amount would have came from. This will be on the last row, which says inflow, Chairperson. Now, Chairperson, I would like to deal with the first transaction, and I want to focus, Chair, on the last column, the second last column says Papado and
PTY Ltd.
PTY Ltd, Chair. Chair, for that, we'll have to go back to page, on file 2, page 64. And Chair will see that on that page again, this will be a document where it gives a summary of, or a profile of Mr. Mushupia's profile. And Chair would see that under directorship, the second last company there, Chair, it's Papado. What that depicts, Chair, let me check with Mr. Peter, are you there?
I'm there.
Yes. What this depicts, Chair, simply is that Mr. Mushupe is a director of Papado. And Commissioner Baloyi has already canvassed the relationship between Mr. Piri and Mr. Mashupe as a director of Papado. So here, Chair, we're saying that it's the second company, which we will deal with later on, making payments to Mr. Piri under the directorship of a Gubi's employee, being Mr. Mashupe. Major Piri, do you have any comment to that?
A comment.
Yes, if any.
Commissioners, hence I said we must start at the payment in 2023. I think it was in May the 20th. The reasoning is that I realized that I speak to Papi Mohasho. Papi then gives me the money on that date. It's 2023. After giving me the money, I realized that the accounts are different. But I realized after using the money the very same day, just in a couple of minutes, I buy a vehicle at We Buy Cars. I realized that no, but these amounts, they come from different accounts. Then I call Papi, ask him, I asked you for money, but I see people who paid me are different people, because I said I wanted 100,000 from you as a loan. And he says, hey, Piri, unfortunately, I didn't have the money. Then I asked our friend, our common friend, Willie Misupi, to give me the money. Then I took the money knowingly that it comes from Papi. It's then that I engaged Willie Misupi and said to Willie, is it true that this amount comes from you? And he said, yes. And I said, Papi said he will charge me 20% if I don't bring it the 20th of next month. And I don't believe I will have that money at that time. So if it comes from you, can you tell him that the interests are off the limits? that gives effect now that if I need something, I don't have to speak to Papi, I need to speak to Willie.
So ultimately, the money came from William Mashupia, not Papi, not
Not
Papi
Papi.
Mokgadi.
Yes. That's how I knew that in future, I don't need to go through Papi to get money because his businesses are not running. He is charging me, but the money comes from my friend.
Okay, and then if we go then again, back, Chair, to the same on page 151, the witness was now speaking to the first transaction, which is the first 35,000 rand, which made reference to Papador. And then we have two other transactions, Chair, which we had to follow those account numbers to see where those amounts.
151.
151. We're still on file 4.
In file 4,
Sorry, 151, file 4.
yes, I'm on 154.
On that score, Chair, we discovered that the last two transactions come from individuals which I am not going to mention their names, which I don't think is necessary at this stage, Chair. But Chair would see, and the witness has this in his possession, Chair. There is a document, Chair, that was handed up. I'm informed that it was inserted right at the back of the commissioner's files. That will be file 4. Commissioner?
My file 4, the last document is a transcript.
That will be file 3, I think, Commissioner Malone. And file 4 is page 161. And then after that, there should be a
Is that the one marked 1 at the top?
That's correct, Chair, yes. I'm told it does in fact come after the transcript file.
No, it's before, it's before.
Yes, before. Thank you, Chair. We're not going to make.
If we have the correct document, but
Yes,
it
that's
also
what-
has Goobies on the left column, or not?
That's correct, Chair.
All right, all right.
It will say payments from Gubis to William Mashupia and Khabuchi Logistics. And we just need to make reference to the very last page on that document, Chairperson. And Chair, you will see that in the middle of the page, at least right in the middle of the page, there is a table, and there is a name there, Mr. HGM, and the second name is Mr. KSM. I will not pronounce those names, Chair. Now, what then, Chair, we have at least done is that when you look at, are you there, Mr. Peter?
Are you following, Major?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
The one that is written 1.
Yes, so go to the last page of that.
Mark
Page 4.
4, Mark 4 at the top, Major.
Yes. And this?
Yes. Now, Chair, you will see that the account number of the first person with the surname M, that account number is ending with 825. I don't want to read the rest of it into the record, Chair. And the other person's account number, also Mr. M, his account is ending with 192. Now, Chair, if you cast your eyes on page 151,
Of which bundle?
on bundle 4,
Yes.
now those account numbers, Chair, we will submit that they accord with what is seen on page 4, Chairperson, in terms of the account numbers. So it is quite clear, Chairperson, we submit that those two people, Mr. M and Mr. M, made those payments because we have linked those accounts. Do you see that?
Clearly.
Yes, thank you. Now, ordinarily, Chair, would not have difficulties with that transaction on the face of it. What gives us difficulties is if you go back to page 4, Chairperson, the one that we're looking at, the one with...
Yes,
yes.
towards the end of the file, yeah.
Yes, the difficulty then we have, Chairperson, for now at least, is that you will see that the company for the first person, Mr. M, it receives a substantial amount of money from Goobis. In this instance, you will see that there's an amount of, if you look at the third row, just on that, you'll see there's what we call, there's a payment, or at least a transaction between this individual and Goobis of 10 million rands. It's 10.8 million rands, Chairperson. And you will see that, again, on that transaction, the transactions to the Mr. M, you will see that on the names, customer names, there's also the name of Mr. Calvin, where there's also an outbound amount of 100.
Are you still following, Major?
I'm following.
Okay.
Thank you. You will see that there's also an amount of 105, Chairperson. And then on the second person, Chairperson, we have the same difficulty, Commissioners, which is that on the fourth column, there's an amount of 3.9 million. Again, that comes from Goobis. And similarly, you'll see that Mr. Calvin Mahlangu's name also features. And lastly, Chair, you'll also see quite clearly that Papador, which also made payment to Mr. Piri, also received, at least on the face of it, 5.9 million, or at least there was an exchange of 5.9 million between Papador and Goobis. Do you see that, Mr. B?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Peter, we'll make submissions, at least to this commission.
Before you go to your submissions, let's try to establish something. At page 151, where those, in that same bundle,
Yes.
where the relationship that identifies the account holders is given, the first one is Papador
Yes.
at 151, and then the second one has a name, and that's the person you received payment from. What is your relationship with that person?
Papi, we share I would say William is also from Soweto. But when I was living in Soweto, I didn't know Papi. I knew Papi through William. And that's why I said we must start at the payment on the 20th.
Yes.
Because now I asked Papi, then I realized that no, Papi doesn't have money. He's asking money from William, knowing that William knows me. Now we are almost closed.
Yeah, the second name is not William, it's a completely different person. The first one is Papador, and then a relationship has been shown to exist between Papador and William. William is a director.
Yes.
In Papador. But then you have a second name, you have a second person.
Yes.
Who makes payment to you with a reference, Papi. But that person, that account doesn't belong to Papi. It has a different name. And my
Yes.
question to you is, who is that person?
I don't know these two gentlemen, because I see it's Mr. M and Mr. M. Mr. GM and Mr. SM. I don't want to mention, I don't know them.
You don't know them.
Totally, I've never met them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Msipili.
Thank you. Perhaps just lastly on this name, Papi, Chair, if you go to the document with 4 pages, on the first page of it, the only attention I want to draw the Commission's attention to is that those are the payments between Gubis to William Mushupe and Khaboji. And what you will see there, Chair, is that as part of the reference, it says Khabo, which will probably mean Khaboji, and then there's Papi, and then there's Gubis. So what we say, Chair, is that quite clearly, any payment between Gubis and Khaboji is referenced as Papi. It has nothing to do with respect with a person called Papi, but that's a reference that seems to be used, and not as Papi Mokhachwa, as Mr. Piri suggests. Any comment?
I will respectfully ask the advocate to rephrase the question or to repeat the question.
Yes.
Not to rephrase, but to repeat.
Okay.
I use the
Let's go back. On page 1 of that document you have,
Yes.
do you see the reference Khabo, Papi, Gubis?
Yes, I do.
Yes. So what I'm suggesting to you is that the word Papi is used repeatedly
Yes.
as part of the reference between payments between Gubis and Khaboji.
Yes.
Do you accept that?
Yes, I
At least on the
accept
face of that document.
they are using the name Papi. Yes.
Yes, and it's the same Papi we see on your bank statement as well.
Yes.
Yes.
But may I comment, Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
This payment are made in 2024.
Yes, what's your point?
My point is, I don't know the relationship between Papi and Gubis and William Mushupe. They might be doing their own thing somewhere.
Mr. Musigidi, is the suggestion being put to the Major? Major, let me apologize. I had a slip up and I called you Commander earlier, and you nodded instead of correcting me.
Well, at some point, the Major said he was the coordinator and commander.
Okay.
So I apologize for that slip up, Major. Mr. Musigidi, is the suggestion being put to the Major that there is no person called Papi? In fact, Papi is the payment reference. Just so that he understands and can comment on the suggestion that is being put to him.
Well, it's twofold, and at best I can say to you, yes, there's no person called Papi. It's just a reference being used to trace the payments so that it's known who they come from. Or at the very least, if there is a person called Papi, then that Papi is always linked to Mr. Mushupie. Do you follow that?
Commissioners, I will reply to the advocate that we can spend the whole day opining about this matter. But I'm not a forensic investigator. I'm not. I will know why Papi is mentioned on these papers. But I will know that I asked Papi. So sometimes maybe these payments, if you look at them on page 1, in accordance with your assertion, advocate, and sorry, Chair, for not replying through you, they are made in 2024. They are not made to me. So it might be happening, we are talking about 2,000, 4,000. It might be that Papi, it's a go-between between William Musupie and other people. And then for him, maybe, it's an assumption. And I say it's an assumption on my side because in my line of work, an assumption will kill you faster than a bullet. So using Papi might be another thing for him to remember that Papi wanted this. I'm not sure, but maybe Papi, when asking money from William, William must remember that Papi is, this amount were paid to Papi.
Mr. Masikiri, can the proposition be higher than the proposition to make to the witness that he received payments from people that have received payments from Gubis or that have a financial link to Gubis? Is that the proposition you're wanting to make? And if so, why don't you just make that?
Indeed, thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And in this instance, we have also added a layer to say that at least one of those people is employed by Gubis. Yes. Do you wish to comment on that? Mr. Peter?
Advocate, you were replying to Commissioner Baloyi, so you've never put the question.
Please respond to what Commissioner Baloyi said. Major.
Okay.
Yes.
Can Commissioner Baloyi kindly repeat
Yes.
the question?
What is being put to you, the proposition that's being made to you, is that on these financial documents, and we
Yes.
can for now limit it to Musupie and Papi, whatever the name is,
Yes.
that the proposition made to you is, on this information before us, you've received payments
Yes.
from people who either have received payments for whatever reason
Yes.
from Gubis or have a financial connection to Gubis. That's one. And one of those people is Musupie, who is
Yes.
also an employee of Gubis.
Yes.
Do you accept that that's what this financial information we've been looking at tells us?
Yes.
Okay.
I accept that, but at this time, I'm not aware that these people are going to William Musupie in order for me to get this money. At this time, I'm not aware. And that I can prove.
Yes. But at this time, you are aware of William Musupie's association with Gubis?
Yes, I become aware after these transactions,
Okay.
but I know that he's with Gubis.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I ask you a more direct question, Major? Have you ever received payment from Gubis?
Directly from Gubis?
Yes. Has Gubis ever paid you money?
No.
Has any director or owner of Gubis ever paid you money?
No.
Have you ever received money from somebody associated with Gubis, either an employee or a service provider, but that payment was from Gubis? In other words, there was a middleman that Gubis was paying you through?
No. I would say yes. I have received payment, a loan from William Musupi,
Yes.
but he didn't say to me it is from
It's
Gubis.
from Gubis?
Yes, because he's a businessman.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, did you pay that back?
Yes.
How did you pay it back?
When I was going through this, I need to be thorough on this one. When I was going through this, I said to him, why must I pay you in cash back? And then he said to me, this is a business. If you pay me back back into my account, it becomes a business
It will reflect as income.
as
and
an
they
income.
have to pay tax on it.
I don't know why you
No,
wanted.
I follow that, but how did you pay to him? Did you pay to him in cash?
Yes, usually I will pay to him in cash because I have my own side hustles.
But where did you get the 150,000 to pay him in cash? Did
Okay.
you withdraw it from your bank account?
What will I do is that immediately, if we go to 8, where in A2 of bundle 1,
Yes.
immediately after he paid me the 150,000,
Yes.
Commissioner Kumar, immediately after he paid me, I was in need of money at that moment. But immediately after he paid me, I sold my vehicle.
Just pause there. It's file 1, A2.
Yes,
So he pays you on the 13th of May, 2025.
yes,
He pays you 150,000.
yes,
There's a second tick on that page. That's where we see the deposit of 150,000.
yes.
Yeah, take it from there.
The second tick shows you that the very same day
Yes.
I sell my vehicle at We Buy Cars.
Yes. And they pay you 145,000,
They pay me 140.
but it comes into your bank account.
It comes into my
Yes.
bank account. I needed to buy another vehicle, but I'm struggling to sell the other vehicle. I asked him, while they are busy sorting out that vehicle, that process, I asked him, Willie, can you give me 150,000? One of my vehicles is in Limpopo, but it's coming down. When it arrives, I'm going to sell it and give back your money. He agrees. He pays me that money. Tomorrow I go and purchase a vehicle that I wanted on the 14th of May. This shows that I already have money, but I'm short of 150,000.
What I'm looking for, Major, is where do you withdraw 150,000 in cash and pay to him? Does that reflect in this bank statements?
No, it doesn't reflect in this bank statement.
Where would it reflect? Because if you withdraw 150,000 from any bank account, there should be evidence of that. There should be paper trail.
That should be
Paper trail.
when I withdraw 150,000.
When you withdraw 150,000, whether it's from an FNB account or an ABSA account, there should be a bank statement.
Yes.
Or some paper proof that you withdrew 150,000 from your bank account. Because it doesn't come from nowhere, it has to
Yes.
come from a bank account.
No, this one I didn't pay at once. What I did is, if I have to mention this, I'm an informal businessman. I have these small cars, your Polos and your, so I will sell them. I don't register them. I have Golfs and Tez that are doing some business for me, carrying children and stuff, but it's not in my name. So I knew that I can sell all of them and pay him in cash. So in our trade, I can sell them in Mamelodi, Soshanguve, and then they will give me cash, and then I will give him. So there is no paper trail. I will just tell him, today I'm expecting payment, and then give him the money.
So you're saying in one go, you had 150,000 in your hand cash
No, no.
and you gave it to him?
No, I didn't give him 150,000 at the go. I will just call him and say, Willie, I have 35,000 today, and then he will say, I will send someone to come and collect it. And then he's also like me. We are professional gamblers. So I will know, maybe I will meet him at the main lane, or he will send someone to use that money.
Okay, thanks.
But what I'm bringing to A2 is that immediately after using the money, I sell another vehicle and I get 124. But the guy doesn't want me. My balance on the 18th, on the,
Major, I don't mean to stop you, but A1 and A2 are not helpful for the purposes of what we are discussing now. We've accepted that
okay,
he paid 150,000 into your account,
yes,
and you did whatever you did with that money. That is fine. What we were looking for was evidence from this document that you withdrew 150,000 and paid him.
no, I
And
didn't.
if you say
withdraw.
that's not here because you sold your other cars in
I sold
cash
my other
to
cars.
pay him, then
Yes.
this doesn't take us a step further.
Okay, thanks.
But he could have reflected the repayment if you paid from your account into his account. He could have reflected that for purposes of his books as a loan repayment and not a profit.
When I'm paying him
I'm testing what you say, which is that his reason for insisting on a cash repayment
back, yes,
was that he did not want that to reflect as profit, as it would have had tax implications. I'm saying, but he could have reflected that as a loan repayment.
as a loan repayment.
Yes.
Or in fact, while engaging him, because I knew that I will get money, the very
No,
same.
I'm just testing your point.
No, I asked.
That, yes, so answer that directly. It has nothing to do with whether you would be receiving cash or not.
Respectfully, Chair, if I can go further to say how I wanted to pay him. I said, can I pay you in your personal account? And he said, I said immediately, I sold the car, I can pay you in your personal account, 100,000, immediately as I speak to you now. That is the money I have. And he said, he shares his account with his wife, and they have marital problems. You cannot pay me in that account.
So that's an additional reason now, as opposed to the one about tax implications.
The one, yes, because I didn't want to ask him, when you are at the person's mercy, you take what he says to you.
Okay,
And
all right.
knowing him, I knew that it's not those guys that you disagree with willy-nilly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piri. Can we just move to the next payment? And this is what we call a direct payment from Mr. William Mushupe. Let's go, it's two payments actually. They appear on go to the second file, page 155.
Second file.
155.
Is this the second file? This 4.
55.
Yes.
Yes. you will see there, Chair, there is a payment. It's a third transaction on the 21st of May, 2023. It's an amount of 10,000 rand. Do you see that?
It's an amount of 10,000 rand.
Yes.
Yes, I see it.
Yes. Now, in the interest of time, I want you to take that amount and read it with the next, on the next page.
On the
There's
next page.
Yes, so it's 156. There will be an amount it's the third amount of 5,000 rand that you also receive on the 7th of July, 2023.
2023.
Yes, you see that.
Yes.
It says immediate transfer and there's a reference there. So it's page 156.
Yes, I see 156.
Yes, so this amount, together with the one on 155,
Yes.
we have traced them. And if you go to file 4, Chair, on page 152,
Yes, I see them.
yes, and you will see that at least our contra reveals that those payments, we've cross-referenced them. They both, when you do the cross-reference of services rendered and the dates, they show that those were payments directly now from Mr. William Mashupia.
Yes.
Yes. So at least on the score, you'll accept that you have received direct payment from someone who's at least attached to Kubis.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
May I comment?
Yes, you may.
Remember I told you, I realize now that the money comes from William Mshupe. Realizing that, I tell William Mshupe, I bought a vehicle. The run flat is on the 21st of May, is the next day. The tires are not in good order. I say to him, I'm at Tiger Wheels because I already know. Can you, because now we have already spoken on that day, even phone records can show you that after this, I speak to him and then I say, can you further loan me 10,000 because Papi was lying to me. He gives me on the 21st of, it is the next day, he gives me the 10,000, if I'm not wrong. But the other one you said is
7th of July.
the 7th of July. Yes, I need another money. And I say to him, send me money. And then I will pay you back. And then he sent it back. He sent it there. And I've already used what he sent to me. And then I use the money. And I don't want to tap into my own money. The reason I'm using ABSA, I'm using Standard Bank for salary, to receive my salary. But because at Standard Bank, constantly I'm being hacked. And I'm forever at the police station writing affidavits. I'm saying no, all my money will go to ABSA, but it will not come here.
Mr. Piri, these two payments, but also the first payment that we have established comes from Papador, the 35,000 rand.
Yes.
And these two last ones, why would the reference be services rendered if these are loans between you, Papi, and William? What services would have been rendered for? But more importantly, if these are simple loans,
Yes.
why would they be referenced services rendered?
Businessmen, I don't know how their minds work. They wouldn't say loan. I think it's a matter of them maybe claiming that for tax. I don't understand how they do it. But if you ask them for money, if they pay you through a bank, it will never say it's a loan. And in hindsight, I've never thought of asking them why, when someone asks you for money, you don't say it's a loan. You say something else. I've never asked that. But it is not, I've never rendered a service for Papador. I've never.
Thank you.
Thank you. For now, let's move away from Goobie's payments. We'll come back. Let's go to file number 4 on page 75.
File number 4.
Mr. Sigidi,
Chair.
let's take a 10-minute adjournment.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, we are ready to resume. Cell phones off, please.
Mr. Chaskalson?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Commissioners, Deputy Chief Lamini had been called to appear today. I understand we're not going to reach his evidence today, and I just ask that he be excused and warned to appear tomorrow at 9:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson. Deputy Chief Dlamini, the plan, and in fact what we were told by Mr. Musigidi was that we would be done by lunch with the major Piri. We are not done. Let me apologize to you that we were not able to start at 2 p.m. and that we are not going to start at all with you today. That said, you are directed to be here at 9:30 tomorrow so that we may resume the hearing of your testimony.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Just a concern that I was given the 22nd and the 23rd. And every time I'm being called after 8 or so, yesterday received a message 10 o'clock in the evening. Say, come today, 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Get a call today to come at 10 o'clock. And these are the days I was given to appear before the commission. My concern is that, sometimes I make arrangement. For instance, I move the other thing for tomorrow. And now I must be here tomorrow.
I perfectly understand that, Deputy Chief. The problem is it may be our good intention to proceed in accordance with our schedule, but it sometimes takes longer. That is the testimony of witnesses than what we had anticipated. So again, my apologies. But do make time to be here tomorrow.
We'll try, Commissioner. If I can't manage to move the schedule, what will be the arrangement? Can I get another date? Or I'll have to move the things that are planned for tomorrow.
Deputy Chief, I have made the direction that you should be here tomorrow. So let us see what happens tomorrow. If you are not here, there would have to be exceptional circumstances for you not to be here tomorrow.
We'll try so, Commissioner.
You are excused. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Chief. You are excused as well, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Mr. Musigiri.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just wait for the witness to take the stand again? Major, can we then go to file 4 on page 75?
Yes, I'm on file 4, page 75.
Yes, that should be your Capitec account.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, you will see that on the 9th of August 2025, you receive an amount of 300,000 rand where it says money in.
File 4.
Yes.
Yes, 300,000 rand. From Aluwani Makuba.
Yes. Do you want to explain that transaction for us?
Before that, who is this person now that you've mentioned them by name, and what is your relationship with them?
Aluwani Makuba, it's an employee. He's a businessman, also he's an employee of a service provider working for the city called Ramalepe Security.
Thank you.
But I would like to put a disclaimer and dissatisfaction at this question. My questions in my supplementary statement, advocate, that were sent to me is the one that I adduced a supplementary statement. And this bundle comes to me on Tuesday night, Mr. Mbao. Tuesday night, today's Thursday, I get an opportunity because the hearing is rescheduled for Wednesday, 2 o'clock. But in the financial transactions, this is not mentioned. I get the questions that I answered on file 1. Those were the questions. But I'm not saying I'm not going to answer these ones. I'm going to answer them.
And to be fair to you, I think to an extent that you might want to give a supplementary again to bolster your answers.
No, in fact,
And if you want to take that opportunity, that will be provided to you.
advocate, it will be rather peculiar to write another supplementary statement because I have proof now. I took a liberty to answer to that, and then I made copies. I wish I can find them and show why he is paying me this money.
So I just want to be sure. You are saying despite your complaint that this document or these documents were given to you only this week, you are in a position to respond in the manner in which you would have wanted to respond, even if you had received these documents much earlier. So you are comfortable to respond.
Yes, if I can find them, I seem to have misplaced them. But I can give, I have the files because I borrowed this person money. He's paying me back now.
So it was you that lent money to him?
Yes.
Is it to them?
It is to them.
Yes, yes. Now they are paying back.
Now they are paying back and they are struggling to pay me. And they are paying me in drips and drops. And while I paid them, I came with the file here, but I don't see it for some reason. Oh, I have them. I found them.
Yes. Did you share what you have with Mr. Musigidi's team?
No, we never had a consultation on this one.
Okay, all right.
Yes, but I knew the question was coming.
Yes.
And I was expecting him to ask me about Keriot Lulama Moeli, of which now I see we are already at Aluwani. And then I have proof that Aluwani, I gave him money. And the quantum is very huge. Him and his colleagues who
Okay.
are running
Perhaps
another
let's do it this way then. Take us through what you have, give us dates, paid from this account
Yes.
to that account, and then you can hand the document over and copies will be made for all of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are on page 75. Aluwani pays me on 08/08/2025. On the 27th February 2025, I withdraw 1,563,966.30 cents. On the same day,
Did you say what, 1.5?
1,563,986.30 cents from my investment account, from the bank. I make a notice, and then because he told me, then I made a notice, I think a month before, that our businesses will need money. But I give them the money on the 27th. Now, it's the first amount that I give them is 200,000 the same day. And they say another one is need 300,000, I give them. We agree on the amount. And then the point person is Aluwani Makuba and Stanley Maluleka. And I made a mistake, I should have not mentioned those names. I gave them the money. On the 28th, they say, no, but can you borrow us another?
Sorry, 200,000 on the 27th to?
200,000 on the 27th, 300,000 on the 27th, 500,000 on the 27th. It's 1 million. I give it to them. I'm borrowing them. They are known to me. I've known them for a very long time.
And these amounts are paid to them how? Is it into a
I'm
bank
paying to them
account?
from my account, my ABSA account. Already I have money, I made a notice. On that day, I know I must pay them. Initially, they told me they needed 1.5 million. So already I have money from my other sources.
And you pay into a bank account?
I pay into their bank accounts.
Okay, thank you.
And I also tell them, I'm not like you guys. When I ask money, you want it in cash. So you will have to pay it back into my account.
Are you
And
giving this money to the two individuals or to their business? You said it's
Their
Ramapele
business,
Security.
I think it's two business, and it's Ramalepe Security.
Ramalepe,
and,
sorry, Ramalepe Security. So it's the loan for their business, not
It's
for
the
the
loan.
individuals?
No, they are not paying me. I'm paying them. I'm giving them a loan.
Yes, I understand.
They are drowning in debts and SARS and stuff. I have the money. They are asking me. And then they know me for the past many years ago.
Mr. Piri, I think you have, you are talking about different amounts.
Yes.
And we'll get to that million rand.
No. I must tell you that it was not $1 million. Because on the 28th, I paid them 300,000.
Yes, the amount was 1.563, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes,
But they decide they don't need 1.5.
yes.
I can use it as I wish. It's my
No.
money.
I understood you to say you made 3 payments to them,
No, 4 payments.
okay?
Yes.
Give us the numbers, because I have 3 payments that make up R1 million, maybe correct?
2, 3, and 5.
And
That's what I also have.
It's 2, no, on the 27th is 3 payments.
Of 2, 3, and 5.
Yes.
Which
And
is
on the
$1 million.
28th of Feb is 1 payment. They are calling me saying, no, we made a mistake, give us 3. And then because it's in the account, I was not intending to use it.
So it's 1,300,000
Yes.
finally, okay. And I think Commissioner Kumalo had asked whether the money was paid in cash. or
No,
to
it
bank.
was paid from my account to their account.
Oh, no, so he had asked a different question. Is this a loan to individuals that you have mentioned or to the company itself?
These individuals, they have companies.
So you paid to the companies,
Yes, I paid to the companies and Aluwani.
okay?
Yes. In fact, yes, Aluwani. I paid to Aluwani. And the businesses, Mboka, Acha, and what I'm at a bank, and the bank advises me that this is the way to do it. And because I don't have trust issues with them, I give them. And what you are referring to, advocate, the 300,000, he's paying me back. And this is where I paid him. Those amounts. Advocate, disregard the 100,000. It is not paid to them.
That you pay to yourself or something to that effect, or you transfer to your own account or something, or someone called Piri.
Well, I was going away to Limpopo, and then
Yes, I saw that 100,000 rand, yes.
yes.
No,
So I
I'm
just
not gonna-
decided, because they don't want it, let me use it.
Yes. Chair, perhaps to assist, those transactions would appear on page 101, on file 4.
Also, we already have the.
We already have that.
Just repeat page.
So it's 101 on file 4.
File 4.
Yes.
I'm still on 5.4. It's 101.
Yes.
Yeah, well, isn't the what is this documented 101 vis-à-vis the document that he has given us? Because
It's Commissioner Baloyi, it's the same document. He just extracted that page. You will see that at the bottom of 101, if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 transactions up on the 27th of February, there is that amount of 1.563 million odd.
Yes.
That comes.
No, I'm not asking about the amounts. We've got a document that looks like a page from a bank statement, which is what he's given us. And I'm asking you whether it is exactly the same document or this is a different source document, if you understand what I'm saying.
Commissioner Baloyi, it's the same document. Mr. Piri, can you look at 101 and the page that you handed up and confirm that it's exactly the same document?
It's the same document.
Thank you.
But it is not complete, if I may say, in your file.
Sorry, please repeat that, Major.
In their file, it is not complete. That is my statement. It is complete, where I pay.
What is missing? Because if you go from 101
Yes.
and then you go to 102, you will see that there is.
Oh, I see on
You see it's there.
102.
Yes,
It's still on there. 102 is the 28,
yes.
and on the 27, I see 500 that you highlighted in red. Oh yeah, they are all here.
It is complete, yes.
They are in your file. They are complete. No,
Thank
I was not wearing my semi eyes.
The transaction are there, it's just that the format in which the statement is printed. But the transactions that you wanted to highlight
Yes, I
are
hear.
on 101 and 102.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Chair, perhaps let's just deal with some issues first before we come back to these amounts. If you, Chair, on, on file 4, and then on page 107, now, Chair, on 107, on the face of that document so that it makes sense when you read it, it's a profile of one Mr. Aluwali Makuva. You will see that on page 104, just so that we are not confused. On 103. So if you just go to 103, just to confirm, that is a profile of Aluwani Makuva. And what I wish to highlight to the Commission is that on 107, you will see that under the employers, he's recorded as being employed by, at least there's one that says Ramalipe. And I would later on say to the chairperson, Ramalipe is a security company. I will come to that now. But the witness also confirmed in his testimony that indeed Mr. Aluwali is an employee of Ramalipe Security Services.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
It's
Now-
Mr. Makuba. Makuba.
Yes. Now, Chair, you will see that on the same file, on the very last document, on page 156. So on the same file on page 156. And it is just to buttress the point, Chair, which is that so what you see there, Chair, it's a list of employees. Those will be the employees of, you will see that the red logo with the water on. It says Ramalepe Security Services. I just want to highlight the name of Mr. Aliwan, which appears on 158. Chair will see that on 158, if you go on. So on top, on line number 13, and Chair will see that there is a name, Makuva Aliwan Liena. Mr. Siri?
It's reflected at least twice. I don't know whether there's any significance in that. Or it's different.
There is few Makuvas, Chair, there. So there's
Okay,
Peter Makuva as well.
Okay.
And Chair, what we also, yes, Chair. Chair, then lastly, Chair, on that file, Chair can go to page 130, 130. Chair, are you there? Mr. Piri?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. Now, on page 130, Chairperson, this is a letter from the City of Tshwane, dated the 1st of February 2022, addressed to Ramalepe Security and Cleaning Services. Now, of significance, at least to this stream, Chairperson, that we are discussing, would be at paragraph 1, if you go to the middle of the page, where it says, the sentence is broken, but in essence it says this: your tender has been accepted by City of Tshwane in terms of the court order in respect of the TMPD 02-2016-2017 tender. And that, Chairperson, I have to pause and say that is a tender in question. And what it means, Chair, is that if the commissioners can remember from the evidence of DC Spies, Paul Hayes, there were 22 companies that were named, and Ramalepe is one of those service providers. And correctly so, it says that as per appointment by the court order, Chairperson. Then that, Chairperson, would have probed then our inquiry, because if you go to then the transactions that we're dealing with, on page 101, the chair would have seen what the witness referred to as at least one of the transactions. It's a payment where he pays what we say a service provider. That's a transaction recorded on the 27th of February. Mr. Piri, the question is, who approached you for a loan? Was it Mr. Aliwali in his personal capacity, or was it Ramalepe Security Services?
I want to refer to a list where you pointed the name of Aliwani, where you said this page. The list, yes.
It's
the
page
employees.
158.
158.
Yes.
On 158, the name Makuba Aluwani Leonard. On top of that name, just after two names, Makuba and Makwela, there is two gentlemen there. Mpiani Setlako Janki is an employee there. Maluleka Stanley Rasmate is an employee there. These two gentlemen have been working with service providers in the city. If I'm not mistaken, as long as I've been in the city for the past 15 years, I know these two gentlemen. They do everything that you can think of, chauffeur, anything. So they knew that if you are in trouble, you can ask Mr. Piri for borrow me some money and then let me push my business and then I will pay you back. These two gentlemen. They came with Aluwani and then they were representing two businesses and Ramalepe. But at that moment, when they gave me the account, I didn't verify that it was Ramalepe. So when I paid, on my statement, it comes out as Ramalepe. But I knew that I was paying for their drowning businesses, the chauffeur business, and they were having a shop that was like a catering business. And then they were saying they were selling acha and they were also catering to other businesses. And I said, no, it's fine. The money is in my account. It's sitting there, it's generating 8.5% a month. And I decided, okay, let me give you. And when are you paying me back? It was in February. Let me stop there so that I tell you that Aluwani and these two gentlemen approached me.
Do you remember the question I asked you, Mr. P?
Yes, who approached me?
The question was, no, that was not the question. I said, did Mr. Aliwali approach you in his personal capacity, or he came representing Ramalepe Security?
They came in their personal capacity, but there might be ulterior motives. They came in their personal, the three of them, not only Aluwani.
Then what doesn't make sense to me is that three people come to you to borrow money. Instead of receiving that money, they say, no, send the money to our employer, being Ramalepe. That is not.
Yeah, remember at that, oh, you can continue.
No.
Yes.
I'm saying to you, there is no logic in what you are saying. In that you say three people approached you And one, you pay directly to Mr. Aliwan, and we'll come to other transactions that you made to him. And then you make payments to their employer, being Ramalepe Security. And remember, Ramalepe Security is not just an employer of these guys. It's a service provider for City of Johannesburg, City of Tshwane. And your answer is simply that when you made that payment, you were not aware that you are paying now into a entity.
Yes.
That's not plausible. And I'll tell you why. When you make a payment, you don't just use an account number. You use the account number and the name. So you would have had to put Ramalepe Security.
Again,
Can you speak to that?
again, advocate, I will say we might opine about this, but my last word is that I paid them through my phone and I used the account. I didn't even need to verify them, check. I paid them on that date and I was sure that they won't do anything.
Are you saying as you made the transfer, you did not have to reflect the name of the account holder?
Yes, what I will do is I will go into my app, type the account that you gave me,
You mean account number?
account number, yes.
Yes.
And then pay. And then,
So you don't.
these guys are sitting next to me. They are sitting here.
Yes.
In fact, we are sitting outside the bank and I'm doing it. And they say, yes, it's reflecting.
That doesn't answer my question. My question is, as you are doing the transfer, you did not have to reflect the name of the account holder.
Yes, remember I'm sitting with them here and then they say you are paying Aluwani. But the bank will identify that the person you are paying is not Aluwani, is this person. So I'm paying these entities. But in my being told that you are paying this, the bank is not like Capitec. The bank says the money goes, the guy looks at this phone and he says, this one is in, this one is in. So when he says, please.
So are you saying as account holder, then you typed the name of the individual, the natural,
requested the
the
money,
natural
yes.
person, not the company?
Not the company. That reflects on my statements. In fact, after paying them, I realized, I think, when they start making payments, because now these two gentlemen tell me Aluwan will be making payments, and then the rest of the money that comes in drips and drops, whenever we have money, we will pay you maybe 15,000, 10,000. These people, I've borrowed them money before.
Let's leave it there. I asked my question and you gave a response. Yes.
Yes,
Mr.
Chair.
Osigwe.
I cannot take it further than that. The point is that at least on what we have here, there's no evidence that you paid any monies to Mr. Mcha and Mr. Maluleke, as you allege. The evidence points in the opposite direction, is that in fact the monies were paid to Ramalepe Security Company, at least on what we have before this commission. At least you accept that.
All the amounts, unless I'm reading this incorrectly, Mr. Musikidi, and please help me. The statement at 101 shows one amount paid to Ramalepe Security. And then you have another amount which goes to Aluwan. And then I've heard the witness speak to another company, Archer, and you've got two payments to that company, and I thought he listed them as part of how you disbursed that 1.3 million,
Yes.
the other company. So I think if you make that statement, it has to be qualified that so much of that total amount, only so much went to Ramalepe.
That is correct, because in addition to that, at least 500,000 have gone directly to Mr. Aliwali anyway.
Yes.
Yes, so it was really confined to the other two amounts that, or at least to the amount that is paid to Ramalepe, which is 300,000, that you had said it's either you are borrowing that amount to either Mr. Mja or Mr. Maluleke. And what I was saying to you is that in terms of that amount of the whole 1.5 million, that 300,000 rand, there's no evidence before this commission that you paid that amount to an account belonging to or being controlled by either Mr. Mja or Mr. Maluleke. Did you accept that at least?
Yes, I've never paid them.
No, paid into their account.
Yes, I've never paid into their account.
Yes.
They are the associate of Aluwani and whatever they do in their businesses. What I expect from them is for them to pay me, advocate.
Yes. No,
How they pay me is none of my business.
No,
But they must make sure that they pay me, and they pay me at the time that I tell them that they must pay me.
And I accept that for a moment. All I'm saying is that at least the evidence before this commission is that despite what you are saying, what is clear in black and white is that, in fact, you paid Ramalepe at the very least 300,000 rand, Ramalepe Security Services.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Is it not in fact 200? And then Mbonga, somebody gets 3, Alwani gets 5, and then another payment to Mbonga, 3. So Ramalepe looks like the 2 to me.
You are quite right. If you zoom in on those lines,
Yes.
the share that goes to Ramalepe is 200,000.
Okay.
Can we then go to page 9.3 of the same document?
9.3.
Yes.
Yes.
And then there you receive an amount of 300,000 from Mr. Makuba.
Yes.
Yes. And what's your explanation to that amount? Why is Mr. Makuba paying you?
Makuba is representing he came to me with this gentleman. Maybe he's a finance guru for their company or whatever they are doing. He pays me back my money. And it's late again, because we agreed that they will pay me in 3 months, and they failed.
How much did you borrow Mr. Aliwali, according to you, directly him?
No, remember, this is what I didn't explain. The initial amount that I was going to borrow this 3, under the premise of saying their business is drowning, was 1.5 million. Now they come to me because I wasted time and say to me, Mr. Piri, we can only take 1 million. And I say, no, that's fine. The very same day, I want to go to Mpumalanga and Limpopo at the Kruger National Park. I transfer myself 100,000 through my other site, which I will use. But then they realized that we made a mistake. They call me the next morning, say, Mr. Piri, we made a mistake. Give us 3 million. The bank app doesn't allow me to pay them at once 1,005 or 1 million at the same time. It gives me trouble. And then I say, no. They wanted exactly me to pay them in two folds. 1 million into Aluwani, 1 million into Archer. Then when they realize that I am struggling, they say, no, pay this account. I think that's where the problem came. But now, he's paying me back here. And then he's representing the company, and I expect the other two gentlemen, I constantly call them. Guys, if you have something, at least between 20 and 15, just pay me every month. I will do my books and then your amount will be cleared. So he's not the only one who's paying me. The other two guys are also paying me at the same time.
Major, these loan agreements, were they in writing?
I don't know if this will sit well with the commission.
No, just give us the honest answer. Don't worry about how it sits with us.
No, it was not in writing.
It was not in writing?
Yes.
You just shook hands and talked and
I'm
you
from
gave them
Mamelodi.
$1 million rands.
I'm from Mamelodi. So,
No, don't.
Yes.
I know people from Mamelodi, they will be offended by what you're saying.
No, I'm
because
from Mamelodi,
You're
Soshanguve.
suggesting that that's how people from Mamelodi do business.
no, I'm from Mamelodi. I was born in Atteridgeville. I grew up in Soshanguve, Mabopane, and then I lived in Mamelodi.
No, just focus on the transaction
Yes.
between you and these people.
So I don't need to sign a document to make a business. My word is my word.
And they know you, they know if they don't pay, you will
They know who I am.
get your money, yes.
No, not meaning it that way.
Then go to, so you see on page 87,
Page 80?
87,
Yes.
you receive an amount of 500,000
Yes.
on the 19th of September.
Yes.
That amount is from Makuva.
Yes.
And then if you go further down,
Yes.
you receive 100,000.
Yes.
The same amount is, that amount is also referenced as a Makuva.
Yes.
And then 2 days later,
Yes.
you receive another 100,000.
Yes.
And your explanation is that this is in relation to the loan that you have borrowed them. The amount that you
Not
are
the loan.
receiving, it's a loan repayment from
It's
Mr.
not a loan repayment, it's the money that I borrowed them. I don't have a loan service business. I don't have any business.
It doesn't matter how you put it. Your explanation is that these guys are repaying you
Yes.
the amount of money that you say you gave them.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Msikili, isn't the point made with this sample, we know the answer is going to be the same.
Yeah.
and maybe we get to a point where you make the proposition that you want to make. We know the witness's version is that he liquidated an investment in order to lend monies to these people who are associated with a service provider, and that the numbers that you're going through are funds being repaid to him. I don't think it gets better, your answers that you're going to get. You may as well get to the proposition.
Yes, Commissioner, I accept that. Then, there is a transaction when you go back to your file 1. On page, it's page 7, so it's right towards the second last page.
Page 7 of file 1,
File 1, yes.
second last page.
Do you see that?
Yes,
Yes, I think it's something that you discussed
yes,
with Commissioner Baloyi.
yes,
That relates to the two amounts.
yes,
The one is the 876
yes,
and the 6,400 rand, which were paid on the same day.
yes,
And when you were asked, you said that's the amount you received from, I think to quote your words, you used the word Stockfell.
I used, if you look at the evidence that I attached and adduced as annexure A4+5, on my statement, it will clearly indicate that on the 7th, I received the 876,000 from Monday Social. On the 7th again, I received 6,400 from Monday Social. And the person who's doing this is the chairman of the Social, is Keriot Lulama Mweli. And I'm saying Lulama Mweli is the one who goes to the bank, and the bank refuses to pay us directly from the bank. Lulama Mweli has nothing to do with City of Tshwane. He works somewhere in Watlu at BP, but he's chairing these books. And then he pays me this money. It's the money that I have invested from January to December through my own ways of finding ways of making money. I'm a side hustler.
Yes, no, I hear that. What I wanted to ask you, because you were saying this is the amount you receive from that
social
Stockfell.
club?
Yeah, that you call a social Monday social club.
Yes.
Yes. So what I wanted to ask you is that those contributions, how are they made?
Usually I deposit at the bank, or I go on Monday. But because I'm an industrious man, I stay far, and they're in Mamelodi.
Yeah.
Then I deposit those in cash. And when I have cash, but maybe I'm at a hospital or something, I ask someone, just please pay this account for me, I have the money in cash, and then the person will come and collect it at the hospital or at home.
just ask about that payment? This is in December, so December is when you get
When-
your payouts.
Yeah, when everyone gets this share that he has invested.
Okay. Now, at page, and that's your Capitec account or ABSA account, I
No,
think.
this is my ABSA account. The social uses an ABSA account, so
Okay.
if you use another account, it's a problem.
Now, if you go to page 1 of that bundle still, and that's your Standard Bank,
Page 1
yes,
of
A1.
bundle.
The same set of documents, just go to page 1, A1, it's marked A1.
Or A1.
That seems to be your Standard Bank account.
Yes, no, A1 is still ABSA.
Is it still ABSA?
Yes.
No, just look at the top left-hand corner. The same
Oh.
document, left-hand
Oh,
corner.
A1, yes, yes.
A1, that's Standard Bank.
Yes,
So you've got that payment there, third payment from the bottom.
yes.
And this is a payment when? Is it the same Monday Social Club? Is it the same year?
The name is the same. No, this is not the same. This is 2020.
October 25 to April 26. So that would be December 25. And the
This
previous
is-
one is December 24.
This is the 8th of December.
24. 25. 2025.
2025, yes.
Okay. All right.
But this Monday social, I ticked it because the name here is the same social, but this one is for Tuesday. So it's year end, we have been paid, and then here I'm paid directly to Standard Bank.
You said something about it being for Tuesday.
Yes, we have two socials, although I don't have two. I have many. There are many, Homo Social. But this one is a Standard Bank one. Yeah, where I will just put whatever is left, or I will borrow from on Monday and bring the money here and pay it back on that one, so that I have something to cover me when I need something.
Okay. Thank you. Listen to it.
Mr. Perry, we're going to make, and I'm inviting you for your comment, submissions that what you call your business relationships, or at least the exchange of funds
Yes,
between you and people who are linked to the city of Tshwane, or the companies that are linked to city of Tshwane as service providers.
yes.
That interaction on itself is inappropriate.
Yes.
Do you care to comment on that?
Let me take my breath so that I give you a correct answer. I'm an employee of Tshwane, but overall, I'm a member of the public. And I'm not saying being a member of the public, when people come to me and say, commissioners, I need such amount of money. Some will come to me, they will know that if you ask me, I need a 4x4 battery, and I have 200,000. I'll just tell you straight, give it to me. What mileage are you looking at? And then I know who to call. I have business friends. So when someone comes to me and asks for help, I help. And I know that that person will say thank you. And I don't know how much will he say thank you. He will need a car today, and I will give him the car today. I will just call dealerships that I know and say, do you have a car like this? And then they will say that to me. And then people, they take that as an advantage and says, can you borrow us money? They are not the only ones. Some are not working in the city of Tshwane. These statements are being read in particular to people who are linked to service providers. But in essence, if you read these statements and you take your time, advocate, you'll find that many people are paying me. People are paying me a lot of money for what I do for them. And I'm not in a business of working. I don't register companies. I assist. People call me from Limpopo. Dealerships ask me, Mr. Piri, it's a pity that I got involved with these people, and I saw that their business were drowning. And as I told you, I've known Janki and Maluleke for 15 years. They didn't start working. They worked at Ramalepe when Ramalepe got a contract. The court order gave them a contract in 2022. But they were already in the system in 2015 already. I'm saying in 15 years prior. In 2010, they were already working here. So I know them. You can go back to my statements. Sometimes I will borrow them money and tell them I need it in 2,000 batches for 10 months. Well, I've given them 15,000, and then they will comply. And I have no nefarious intentions of borrowing someone 1 million. In fact, if it was the other way, them borrowing me 1.3 million at my salary, I think that is an anomaly. But here, they are coming to me, and if I can go in detail into these statements of mine, you will see that people are paying me a lot of money. And it's got nothing to do with City of Tshwane. But these are picked because, like Lulama Mweli, when you sent me a question, I looked at it and I said, it means the bank didn't explain. They didn't tell them that the money comes from this account to Lulama Mweli and to Mr. Piri.
What's your final answer to my question?
I'll say no. I'll say no. I regard them as friends.
And we will also make submissions that for a person in your position, as you at least testified earlier on, where you are somehow in possession, or at least in a position where you can control the distribution of work to the service providers within the city of Tshwane, that makes it even worse for you to be having any financially linked relationships with the individuals who are linked to the service providers. What's your comment to that?
If my seniors came here and said, I'm a junior officer, I will not agree to that. That means they have never showed me a policy as a junior. If they say I'm a junior officer, they've never given me a policy that says you cannot borrow someone that works in the city money. So I will not accede to that.
We would say that it is apparent that for someone in your position who can influence the flow of work, that there is an obvious conflict of interest in you having financial transactions, as we have seen in your bank account, with people who are employed by the service providers. What is your comment?
Can you please repeat the question?
The question is simply this. It says that there is an apparent conflict of interest for someone in your position who can influence the flow or non-flow of work to these service providers, to be having any financial transactions with them or with the people who are employed by the service providers, because at least we know that directly some of them are employed. And we're saying that poses an apparent conflict of interest. What is your comment on that?
I will say, to my knowledge, commissioners, it is incorrect, but it needs to be tested.
In other words, you're saying you see nothing wrong?
That is putting it malicious, with due respect, advocate. I don't say I see nothing wrong. I will say no, it's incorrect, but it needs to be tested, because when we look at the policies, I've never read the policy where they said I must not be engaged in such. And it's a pity, because you asked me this question before going to my hearing. And now you have given someone who is sitting in an office somewhere, who can't even type, to come and ask me the very same question. But it is what it is.
Mr. Piri, we are going to make submissions and ask the commission to make findings.
Yes.
That you came before this commission and in an attempt to explain amounts in your account, either coming in or out, and some of your answers did not accord to the obvious description of those amounts. For example, a lot of amounts, or few amounts coming into your account, they clearly reference service provided. And your answers to that, we're going to submit that they are unsatisfactory. Do you have, or do you wish to make any comment to that proposition?
Commissioners, it is the work of the commission to make recommendations. And I'm not here to prove beyond reasonable doubt, but I'm here to testify. So if the recommendations, the commissioners see it fit, that what you, Advocate Sikidi, are saying, and what I have explained, the recommendations, they see it fit, the commissioners, that something is untoward of my evidence. I have no power over that, but what I will say is the assertions are incorrect.
We agree.
The thrust of the question is that your responses with regard to the issues Mr. Musigiri is referring to were not satisfactory, and that they will submit to us that that is the case. Do you agree that the explanations you have given are not satisfactory? I think that's the thrust of the question.
I don't agree, Chairperson.
Yes, Mr. Musigiri.
Thank you, Chair. We will also make submissions to the Commission that your explanation that you somehow paid a money, 200,000 at the very least, into an active service provider for the city of Tshwane is inappropriate and also demonstrate an attempt to at least hide the true nature of that transaction.
I don't agree,
You don't
because I gave an explanation that,
And
I was-
yeah, I think an antecedent question, Mr. Musigidi, is what is that true nature? Because in my own mind, I've been thinking what we are to make of payments the other way, as it were, because ordinarily one expects the service providers as a gratification to pay an employee of the organ of state consent, not something the other way around. So what true and I've been wondering in my head as to what could possibly be happening here if it is not what Major Piri is saying. And I don't have an answer to that question. So you would first have to tell us, and indeed Major Piri as well, what you consider to be the true nature of these transactions.
Chair, we won't take it further than that to say, simply put, for example, an answer to him paying 200,000 rand into a service provider's account. Clearly he says, well, he had no knowledge of that. We say that kind of answer is untenable.
But no.
Yes.
No. Here's the point. You are putting a suggestion to the major, or rather, implicit in what you are putting to the major is that there is some true nature that you are aware of, and which you are suggesting that the major is not explaining or telling us. So we don't know what that true nature is. You have not told the major what that true nature is. So to put that question and to be fair to the major, you would first have to tell us what you suggest is that true nature. Do you get my point?
I accept that, Chair, and I would not take it higher than that, as much as I'm tempted to make propositions to him or to the Chair in respect of those transactions. What I am putting to him is that the answers that he provided are not satisfactory.
That's the penultimate point you made.
Yes.
And then you moved on to the one about the true nature. And I think that's where you are now. You are past the one about unsatisfactory explanations. And the major has responded to that and said he doesn't agree with you. So now I'm engaging you on the last point, which is about the true nature. So it is that I say is not fair to the major when you've not told him what that true nature is.
I accept that, Chair. I'll move on from that point, at least for now.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Piri, do you have any relationship with Mr. Bonzo Modise? Maybe let me take a step back. Do you know Mr. Bonzo Eugene Modise?
Yes.
Do you have any relationship with him?
I know him as a deputy mayor, as a regional chair of the ANC. I grew up in Mabopane, Winterveld. I know him from Mabopane. And when I came to work in Tshwane, I met him here. He was not a deputy mayor, he was not a chair. He was a director of a company called Triotic Protection Services. Then before becoming the deputy mayor.
Are you guys in contact? By that I mean, do you call each other?
Yeah, because as I told you, I've known Bonzo Modise from Mabopane. I grew up there. I know him from there. Even, you know, when you are from a place and you know someone, you can speak to him. People will speak to him as deputy mayor, and I will also speak to him as deputy mayor. But at the very same time, I will call him Brabi.
What is the nature of your interaction with him? Do you interact with him as a friend? Do you interact with him as a brother, as a neighbor, because you are all from Winterfeld? I think that's what Mr. Musikiti is trying to establish, the nature of the relationship, if any, today. Or is he a comrade, is he a chairperson of your branch? That's what he's trying to determine.
I don't know how to explain this, but it is formal coming and professional coming to work. And because I know him, I will just speak to him at any moment. Sometimes I will even call him. I'm just passing through your office at Tshwane House. Are you there?
Outside of work or outside of the business of Tshwane?
Yes.
The city of Tshwane. Do you have any interaction with him?
No, I don't.
Dealings with him?
I want to put it truthfully. I will go to Mabopane. I don't stay in Mabopane anymore. And we will meet at a certain place and we will just greet each other. He's always with what you call protectors. We'll just greet each other. They won't allow you very close to him. And then we just greet each other and speak in our language, strict language.
So you don't socialize with him?
I don't socialize with him.
Do you have any business relationships with him?
I don't have any business relationship with him. I've never had, unless managing when he was still at Triotic, coming to directors' meetings and stuff, and then we meet there. Well,
Thank you. Mr. Msikiti.
Do you know Mr. Joe Sibanyoni?
I know Mr. Joe Spanioni when I see him on TV. But if he can come here, I cannot point him. I've never spoken to Mr. Joe Spanioni, and I don't believe I will speak to him because I'm not interested in taxis.
Perhaps, and you don't have to answer this, we'll deal with this question, question at the opportune time. But if you want to have a comment, you may have a comment. What we have at least gleaned over from the telephone calls between yourself and Mr. Modise is that on a number of occasions, after calling you, or at least on the same day, there seems to be a pattern where he calls Mr. Sibanyoni. But I accept that that's not your telephone record to comment on. But if you want to comment, you may.
Please.
Are we going to have that evidence? Are we going to have that evidence?
Chair, I just want to have his comment. We're not going to deal with that, Chair. No.
Perhaps not then, if as you say, we are not going to have that.
Yes.
Okay, maybe what you could ask is whether, maybe let me ask the question, Mr. Piri, have you discussed with Mr. Modise any of the business or the services that Mr. Sibanyoni may be involved with in the city of Tshwane? Maybe first let me ask the first question. Do you know whether or not Mr. Sibanyoni has any business that relates to Tshwane, that he offers any services?
Commissioner Baloyi, before answering that question, I will kindly ask, I did not hear very clearly what Advocate Musikidi said. And I would like him to repeat that. And then I have reasons, I have my own reasons now.
That's fine, that's fair.
So you want him to repeat the question even though I disallowed it?
Yes,
Because
if I had
Commissioner Wallo is now asking a different question.
a different question.
Yes.
I want to hear that I heard him correctly when he said after Deputy Mayor Bonzo Modise calls me, he immediately calls Joe Spanioni. Because I don't see how can Joe Spanioni be linked to me. But to Commissioner Baloyi, I don't know what businesses Joe Spanioni has with the city. All I know through social media, if you type Joe Ferrari Spagnoni, it will tell you that that is a taxi boss. So I don't know his interest in the city. But I don't know him. I can't even point him. But some people will see me on TV and then they will not put me as the person that they saw on TV. So I don't know him.
All right, then maybe just for completeness, in those telephone calls that you have with Mr. Modise, because in your own testimony you say you do sometimes call him.
Yes.
Have you ever discussed anything relating to Mr. Sibanyoni?
Never.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, those will be the questions from us. And unless there's further questions from the bench, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Musigidi. None from us. Thank you very much, Major Piri. You are excused. Let's resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Let's adjourn.